Members, take your seats. They're just going to come in here as usual. Okay, all right, thank you. Members, take your seats. We got a long day ahead of us. Members, take your seats. House will come to order. Chair recognizes the member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, who moves that the House adjourn from the session of February 15, 2024. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the House is adjourned. The House will attend to a prayer by guest chaplain, Reverend Jean Beniste, rector of St. Paul's Episcopal Church in Concord.
Good morning. It is a pleasure for me as the senior priest of St. Paul Church, your neighbor faith community, to join you this morning for invocation while you're going to start your session. Divine power, you are known by many names and yet greater than all names, including God of life, God of love, God of community, God of justice. We ask for your blessing for the community leaders where we live, work, and play. May the leader of our community approach their roles with mindset of learning, growth, and change, rather than focusing only on fixing problems. May they listen to the need of their constituent and consider the long-term effect of their decision, always keeping in mind their responsibility to serve the common good of all people. Please remind them and us that we are all neighbors and siblings, regardless our race, religion, gender identity, and socioeconomic status. May our leaders be inspired to follow the examples set by many prophets throughout history. May our leader protect and respect the most vulnerable members of our society, including children, the elderly, the poor, the hungry, and the homeless, and the immigrant. Divine power, we ask for your guidance and support in granting our leaders wisdom and courage to do what is good, right, and true. Please help them to speak when necessary and listen patiently and respectively when necessary. May they and we be guided by God, who look over our community with justice and love. We offer this prayer in the name of all that is sacred and holy, all that is good, right, and true. May it be so. Amen.
The chair recognizes a member from Milton, Representative Claudine Burnham, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. The chair now recognizes Nute High School Chorus from Milton, who will sing our national anthem. The House will attend to requests for leaves of absence.
Mr. Speaker, the day, illness, Representative Mills. The day, important business, Representatives Cole, Mason, O'Neill, and Piemonte. The day, illness in the family, Representative Sanborn.
These leaves of absence shall be granted unless otherwise ordered by the House. House will attend to the introduction of guests.
Mr. Speaker, please welcome John William Bringhurst, student at Founders Academy in Manchester, our page for the day. Mr. Speaker, please welcome Lisa Nash, Kate O'Shea, and Sally Thomas, guests of Representative Morton. Gabriella O'Hara, daughter of Representative O'Hara. Nellie Palmer, wife of Representative Palmer. Claire, James, and Matthew Fidolfi, wife, son, and grandson of Representative Fidolfi. They are with us in the gallery today.
Welcome to the New Hampshire House. The House will now attend to the consent calendar.
Mr. Speaker, from the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, House Bill 1644, removed by Representatives McGee, Kaplan, Corman, Wendy Thomas, Munns, Nodder, Noel, Kennedy, Bernardi, and Credian.
The reading of the bills will be removed. Representative Osborne moves that the consent calendar with the relevant amendments as printed in that day's House record be adopted. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The consent calendar is adopted. Under rules of the House, from the Committee on Commerce and Consumer Affairs, HB 1198FN is referred to Committee on Ways and Means. Committee on Environment and Agriculture, HB 1293FN and HB 1565FN referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. And House Bill 1294FN is referred to the Committee on Finance. From the Committee on Public Works and Highways, HB 1202 is referred to the Committee on Finance. The House will attend to a motion of reconsideration. The Chair recognizes Representative McCarter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, esteemed colleagues. I rise today in support of the motion to reconsider HB 154. After our vote last week, I discovered that HB 154, as amended by the body on the other side of the wall, is a lot more than a mere housekeeping bill. I learned afterwards that this is actually a 15-page spring cleaning bill. Since it was not in our regular calendar last Thursday, it is unlikely that many in this body, myself included, knew this and therefore would not have had time to read and research this massive, non-germane amendment. In this unprecedented time of decreasing voter confidence and an erosion of the public trust, we have an opportunity this morning to prove that we are actively working to protect and defend their rights with each and every vote we cast. We often hear about the ongoing assault on democracy. With what we've learned since last week, what better way to demonstrate to the voters that we will defend their voice? The voters have entrusted us to perform a thoughtful, meaningful, constitutionally responsible analysis of every piece of legislation. As we know now, this is not what happened last week. We owe it to every one of our constituents to vote yes to reconsider, no on the subsequent motion to concur, and then send this to the Committee of Conference so some of the issues we learned of with this amended language can be addressed. And Mr. Speaker, I request a roll call vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Berry. Representative Berry is waving off. Representative McCarter has requested a roll call vote. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats.
Members need to turn on their stations, Mr. Speaker.
Members need to be in your seats. We're in the voting mode, and you need to turn on your stations. Members need to be in your seats. The motion before us is reconsideration on House Bill 154. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Weary for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that as introduced, HB 154 sought to amend one RSA using only 8 lines of text, but this proved to be too difficult for the body on the other side of the wall to handle. And so instead, they submitted an amendment containing 493 lines of text, changing 30 RSAs and adding even a new one. If I knew that this also had a few typos in it that would be forced to go into our RSAs, and if I knew that this also had some challenges in the court, because there's a pending case where RSA 656:40 is mentioned 5 times, and under our Mason's Rule of Order, we should not be adjudicating on it. Would I vote and press the green button for reconsideration? Thank you.
The motion before us is reconsideration on HB 154. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Murphy. All right. Representative Wiki. Representative Janvin and Coulon. Thank you.
If all members present have the opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 162 voting yea, 201 voting nay. The motion fails. House will now attend to the regular calendar.
Okay, first things first, we have this amendment. The bill's open to second reading, open to further amendments. Elaine, I think, is going to speak to the amendment real quick. You're going to offer the floor. Yes. So, second reading, open to further amendment. Elaine's going to speak to the floor. Mr. Speaker.
The Committee on Children and Family Law, to which was referred House Bill 1111FN, an act relative to the penalty for false reports of suspected abuse and neglect made to the Division of Children, Youth, and Families. Considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Since Sheila Seidel for the committee. The amendment is 0245H, printed in House Record 7, pages 40-41. Chair recognizes Representative Splain.
This is just on the amendment?
This is the amendment.
Okay.
Hold on.
This is,
We have to adopt the committee amendment first.
You said he was going to speak on it.
We have to do the committee amendment first, and then we're going to do the floor amendment.
There is no debate on the committee amendment, which is 0245H, printed in House Record 7, pages 40 to 41. Ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. Representative Splain offers floor amendment 0627H, printed in House Record 7, page 41. And the chair recognizes Representative Splain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill may look familiar. We passed it through this House last year, and the House position is that we wanted to do something to decrease the ability to weaponize children against each parent and against people. So we were going to put in place a possibility of a penalty for people who knowingly and with intent to harm make a false accusation. I'm not going to take up a lot of time. We have a long day. You've seen most of the bill. I will tell you that this floor amendment adds a word professional into a section where we realized there also was no penalty for a mandatory professional reporter to not make a report. And I think that if we're going to hold people to a standard of not making a false report, we also need to hold those professionals to a standard of making those reports when they're mandated and not just leave it up to their licensing to be able to take action on them. So part of this bill is to offer a penalty if a known professional reporter, such as a doctor or such, fails to make a report. And we have narrowed the scope. The only argument that came out in exec session, I'm told, was that everybody's a mandatory reporter, so this would apply to everyone. So we narrowed that scope down to just those professionals who are mandatory reporters, who have lived and worked their life knowing that they had to make reports, but we realized there was no teeth to that. So I would ask you to please support this amendment. It adds the word professional, and it takes the burden off of the majority of people. There's no penalty going on to your average citizen, only those mandatory reporters if we pass this amendment. Thank you.
The motion before us is the Splain floor amendment 0627H, printed in House Record 7, page 41. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. This will be a division vote on the floor amendment. The motion before us is on the floor amendment. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Carey. You didn't check in, Representative, that's why. Yes or no? Thank you. All set.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, I will attend the state of the vote. 190 voting nay, 183 voting nay. The floor amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass as amended. Chair recognizes Representative Gibbon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is the microphone on? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like Representative Sweeney said, we voted on this last year, and it passed the House, but it didn't pass the Senate. I personally think that this is a good bill. There are bad actors out there that unfortunately do maliciously report to DCYF, essentially making fake claims. It's DCYF's job to sort that out. And they can tell based on if there's a pattern of people who make these malicious reports. That's for them to sort out. It does not affect the, I'm sorry, I'm saying a lot. It doesn't affect whether or not someone can report anonymously, and it doesn't affect mandatory reporting. I think this is a good bill. I think it should pass. That's all I have to say. We did it last year. We should do it again. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When considering imposing penalties on people calling DCYF, it's important to understand the current state of child protection in New Hampshire. In order to make a finding of abuse, DCYF must show a preponderance of the evidence that a child has suffered protracted impairment from injury that was caused by other than accidental means. In order to have a finding of neglect, DCYF must show a preponderance of the evidence that the child's health has suffered harm as a result of lack of supervision or care of the parents, and that the deprivation was not due to financial means. These are difficult standards to meet. If DCYF receives a call that a child is covered in bruises in different states of healing, and the parent does not have an explanation for the injuries, that is an unfounded report. If a non-crawling baby has multiple broken bones, but there is some doubt about how they occurred, that is an unfounded report. This bill assumes that unfounded reports and false reports are equivalent. That is simply not the case. The vast majority of people who call DCYF are genuinely concerned about children being in danger. That New Hampshire determines that 85% of reports are unfounded says more about our thresholds for intervention than about the motivations of people calling. Currently, every single adult in New Hampshire is legally obligated to call DCYF if they are concerned about a child. We are all mandated reporters under RSA 169C. It is in the best interest of children to continue this practice and let the experts figure out if there is sufficient evidence to move forward. The Office of the Child Advocate and several child welfare agencies testified that they have concerns that the potential for criminal charges for calling DCYF will have a chilling impact on people who are concerned about kids. Having fewer people call DCYF is the opposite of what we need in New Hampshire. The Office of the Child Advocate released their annual report earlier this month. In it, they reported that 29 children under the age of 17 died in New Hampshire last year. 18 of those were infants. 2 were homicides, and 1 died as a direct result of abuse. We should be focused on passing bills that increase safety for our community's children, not those that make it less likely for children in danger to get the help they need. I urge you to vote no on OTPA so that a more appropriate motion can be made. And I ask for division, please.
Chair recognizes Representative Spillane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm not going to take up a lot of your time because we have a long day, but I do want to correct a couple of things. This bill makes no equivalency between an unfounded report and one that would qualify under this bill for possible charges. It specifically says in this bill that the claim must be made knowingly false with intent to harm. That's a high bar. There's not any person who, in their heart, feels there's abuse going on and makes a report that would ever be charged with this. In fact, DCYF would have to discover a pattern of false accusations to be able to make that equivalency and refer it to the Department of Justice. This simply allows us to put false accusations to DCYF, the weaponization of children and families, on the same bar as pulling a fire alarm falsely or making a false police report. It's needed. This bill now, as amended, applies the criminal penalty for not reporting only to those professional reporters, not to every single person. Those people who have been trained to spot the signs and have been told it is your job to report. Those same people who are also excluded from ever having a penalty put on them for a false accusation because every report they make is assumed to be made with intent to actually get help for the child, not intent to harm. I ask you to support this bill. We did pass it last year. There were some questions in the Senate that or in the other body, that I believe we've straightened out, and I think that we can get this done and make families not have to suffer the weaponization of our own departments in the state. Thank you.
Representative Granger has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. Members, take your seats. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us ought to pass is amended in House Bill 1111. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Gregg for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that we are all mandated reporters, and if I know that this bill would only deter those that are conscientious about reporting and not those that intend to create harm, and if I know that DCYF has a system for discerning false and malicious reporting, and if I know that you can already take civil action against someone who falsely makes a malicious and frivolous report against you, and if I know that it is in the best interest to not deter reports that will protect children, would I not press the red button so that a more appropriate motion can be made?
Chair recognizes Representative D. Simone for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that everything everybody has said up here misses the fact that when somebody falsely reports and it is proven, there are no consequences. If I know that truthful reporting, whether it's found unfounded or not, and it is not a vicious, horrible attack on a family that you're angry with, nothing will happen to you. If I know finally that of the thousands of calls that HHS and DCYF gets, There are no assumptions. Nobody assumes anything. There are no consequences, and if I know that there are no consequences for such a heinous act of ripping a family apart unnecessarily, then I will vote green to pass this bill, and I hope you join me. Thank you.
The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1111. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Gould.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to say the vote. 199 voting yea, 179 voting nay. Committee report is adopted, and it's on its way to criminal justice.
No debate, go into finance.
Committee on Children and Family Law, to which was referred House Bill 1282FN, Act relative to the duration of child support. Considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Lori Ball for the committee. The amendment is 0453H, printed in House Record 7, page 46. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted, and it's on its way to finance.
Another one?
Committee on Children and Family Law, to which was referred House Bill 1425FN, an act relative to prohibiting the suspension of driver's licenses in child support enforcement matters. Having considered the same, report the same. The following resolution resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Heather Raymond for the committee. The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Rule 47F, Representative Terry Roy waives second committee referral of House Bill 1111 to the Committee on Criminal Justice.
This is OTP and finance.
Committee on Children and Family Law, to which was referred House Bill 1564FN, Act relative to child support guidelines. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Deborah D. Simone for the committee. The question before us is ought to pass on 1564FN. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted, and it's on its way to finance. Committee on Children and Family Law, to which was referred House Bill 1573FN, Act relative to oversight of and criteria for residential placement of children. Considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. A recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Mark Pearson for the committee. The amendment is 0427H, printed in House Record 7, page 59 through 63. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and committee report is adopted, and it's on its way to finance.
All right, this one has
Committee on Children and Family Law, to which was referred House Bill 1595FN, Act relative to adjustment of child support guidelines based on parenting time, medical support, and child care expenses. Considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator David Bigford for the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Gibbons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just have to pull up my laptop here. New Hampshire is one of 9 states that does not provide a formulaic adjustment for time sharing in their child support guidelines. There was a study done in 2004 that gave us a parenting adjustment guideline, and that was not implemented as of yet. So 1595, the whole point of it is to implement those guidelines with some new studies done that accounts for equal parenting time with the child. It also accounts for medical support and child care expenses for both parents, and it bases proportional contributions on the adjusted gross income. So the whole point is for it to be fair for both parents, to give more self-support for both parents, and to account for the time that the child is with both parents. So there's just been a lot of studies done in composing this bill. It removes something called a cliff effect that some studies, or some states that have implemented this model have noticed in the years that they've implemented it, where eventually you, it's hard to describe without you seeing the picture, but there's an effect called a cliff effect, where when the parenting time increases, the child support also increases, and then the self-support for the person ends up decreasing. This bill adjusts for that so that we don't have that effect. This bill also accounts for all income ratios. So it will give the same model for people that are of low income, of moderate income, and of high income. So I would ask for you to support this bill. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1595 FN is relevant to the adjustment of child support inclusive of parent time, medical support, and child care expenses. There are several concerns testified to at the hearing. I relay a few that I hope you will consider while making your vote. One was from a longtime New Hampshire and Mass divorce attorney who warned that the calculation as it relates to parenting time would create tension between parenting time, knowing that the more time spent with my child, the less child support I'll pay. Oftentimes in high conflict cases, parties drive their cases as to where they benefit, telling us that courts are picking winners and losers, when in reality, it's the children that are the only winners and losers. Section 5 of the bill states the court may consider adjusting the guidelines to include extracurricular activity, among several other factors. In CFL, we hear testimony from residents that are challenging their final decree, and a common denominator is often the extra expenses that they pay benefiting the child or children. I'm of the opinion that in minimizing conflicts, these considerations shall be considered. And we just passed a child support bill, the last couple of votes we took, that shall have the extracurricular activity has an adjustment. The committee also received communication from NHLA, New Hampshire Legal Assistance, in opposition to the bill, stating that it will increase the ability of domestic abusers financially control their partners and will place more victims and children at risk of poverty when fleeing abuse. NHLA states that there is no exceptions provided in this bill for courts to vary the support calculation where an abuser is using a system to further abuse a victim. And in closing, I'm of the opinion that it would be difficult in articulating this House's position if two related bills were passed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Bickford.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, the bill that we did pass just a little while ago takes care of another end of the spectrum. Presently, we take care of the zero-sided spectrum, where parents have no time or very little time with their children. The one we just passed takes care of equal time. Okay, it does something there. This bill goes in the middle. It fills the gap that we have been told to fill for many, many years. Now, I'll give a little background. I was a member of the Child and Family Law Committee for 12 years, starting in 1998. Before coming back to it 12 years later, it has been a pleasant surprise for me to see many families that break up now agreeing to share significant amounts of parenting time with the court's approval. It rarely happened when I was vice chair of the Child Support Study Commission in 2004. Just the same, we recognized the value in shared parenting, and Judge Tobey of Durham, also on the commission, pointed out the need for a formula that covers more situations. Today, shared parenting is widespread with varying amounts of parenting time. The guidelines formula presently only addresses the one-parent household I spoke to. 2019, there was a Supreme Court decision called Anderson, which affirmed that there should be a set of guidelines dealing with various parenting times and incomes, and it was the legislature's job to fix the problem. So we've been warned. We've got a serious problem we've got to fix. This is the bill that fixes that. HB 1564 addresses 50-50 parenting time issue, but this bill fixes the gap, as I pointed out. By law, the child support guidelines must be reviewed every 4 years with recommendations about changing the guidelines to be equitable. The studies are done by economists, social scientists with doctorate degrees. They are far more sophisticated than the one I was on in 2004. The most recent 2022 review was contracted by the Bureau of Child Support Services with the University of Colorado and cost taxpayers. That report was $116,347. And if we don't pass this bill, that means we've just ignored all that money. The last one that was done 4 years before that said the same thing. That was $140,000. You will find these reviews on the Bureau of Child Support Services website, waiting for us to put the recommendations to good use. They cost too much to be ignored. All 5 reviews for the last 20 years have all recommended New Hampshire adopt the parenting time formula, and that is what HB 1595 does. It adopts a formula consistent with what California and Oregon have in place now. Oregon leaders purport that the formula has reduced litigation, and that's right in the report. The 2022 study states that New Hampshire is one of 9 states that does not provide a formulaic adjustment for time sharing in the child support guidelines. Based on the findings from the case file data, almost 3/4, 74% of divorce and parenting petitions have a parenting plan that provides that the child will be in the physical care of each parent for a significant amount of time. The majority, 61% of these cases, deviate from New Hampshire guidelines. The study found the 61% deviations rate is too high. New Hampshire is very high in deviations. If we only went with the last bill we heard about, we were told by Child Support Service, their attorney came to our committee and told us, we're going to be going high when we get into this. It's got problems that way. But this will fix that. It is good that we did pass the other bill because it does have a self-support reserve in it, moving it from 120% to 30%. The Bureau of Child Support Services attorney did not see any problems with the bill before us. In fact, I don't even remember any opposition at the public hearing. So anyway, I guess that's all I can tell you unless someone has a question. No? Okay. Oh, thank you.
The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 1595. Representative Long has asked for a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 1595. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Gregg for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this body just passed a more well-thought-out bipartisan bill that conflicts with this bill, and if I know that the bill already passed by this body does increase the needed self-support reserve and this bill does not, and if I know this bill does not include a necessary exception for domestic violence findings and the monetary weaponization that happens all too frequently within it, and if I know that this bill will create even more conflict within our complicated family court system, would I not press the red button so that another motion can be made?
Chair recognizes Representative Magliori for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that HB 1595 is a child support bill sponsored by Democrats and Republicans that will implement recommendations made by the latest federally mandated review of our child support system, and if I know the major recommendation in that latest federally required review, as well as recommendations from all 5 reviews for the last 20 years, have recommended that New Hampshire needs a comprehensive formula for parenting time adjustments. And if I know that the current child support calculator has a flaw in it that negatively affects the lower income parent, and HB 1595 effectively fixes this. And Mr. Speaker, if I know the proposed formula in this bill comes from these recommendations that 22 other states have implemented, reflects the preferred methodology identified by courts, attorneys, and parents interviewed for the review, and the correction will bring the calculation methodology in line with the benchmark 2019 New Hampshire Supreme Court case on the issue. And Mr. Speaker, if I know this gradual change that will be phased in over several years without undue burden to our legal system, then, Mr. Speaker, would I press the green button to support our children who benefit the most from this legislation, as well as the committee recommendation of ought to pass? Thank you.
The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 1595. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Wendy Thomas.
While members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 219 voting yea, 162 voting nay. Committee report is adopted, and it's on its way to finance. For what reason does the member rise?
For a motion.
State your motion.
Having voting on the prevailing side on HB 1111, I move reconsideration and urge the body to vote no.
Motion before us is reconsideration on 1111. Are you ready for the question? Representative Weber has asked for a division. The motion before us is reconsideration on House Bill 1111. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Richard Brown. Representative Bodwin. Representative Bodwin. Sorry, I need a thumb up or thumb down. I need a thumb up or a thumb down. Thank you.
While members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 174 voting yea, 270 voting nay. Reconsideration fails.
So, I would tell members to stay in their seats because there's a division on the amendment by the representatives that debate on the
Members will stay in your seats. We got a vote coming right up right away. Majority of the Committee on Commerce and Consumer Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 1633 FNA, an act relative to the legalization and regulation of cannabis, making appropriations therefore. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment, the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Anita Burrows for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Senator Lily Walsh for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0680H, printed in House Record 7, pages 67 through 86. This is going to be a division vote.
members take their seats. It's a division on the amendment, so take your
A
seat.
division on the amendment.
No, you didn't. Representative Leon. Representative Leon.
Oh, thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today against the committee's amendment because it is a fundamental change to the bill that I co-sponsored. Amendment 0680H takes the bill which would legalize recreational use and private sale of cannabis and makes it an agency store model, restricting recreational use and private sale. If this amendment passes and the bill becomes law as amended, an individual who wants to go buy cannabis for recreational reasons will have to go to one of the 15 agency stores approved by the state and buy cannabis from a state-sanctioned distributor. That is not the free market, nor is it a good way to legalize. Big corporate cannabis has absolutely ruined the industry where it has been allowed to, opening the door for big multi-state and in some cases multinational businesses to swoop in to those 15 stores that we would have in this bill and buy up those stores with the big money that they have for their lobbyists, and they have to buy up those stores. When all these that would be forcing New Hampshire residents to buy overpriced and under-quality product when they could cross the border on any side of our state and buy quality product for a lower price with more variety. Why would they cross the border? Why would they stay and buy something here in New Hampshire if they could cross the border so easily to buy something cheaper, better, and with more variety? What is the point of legalizing if people aren't going to be using those agency stores? The monopolization of these state markets by these large companies is not a fanciful idea. It has happened wherever it has been allowed to, even with the guardrails in place. And if someone, as I said, could buy it from the black market with more variety, why would they not do that? There are many problems with this bill. 6 months to a year in jail for misdemeanor, for public use of marijuana. So if you're just happen to be walking on the street and a cop sees you and you're smoking a joint, and you assume that you can because the bill is legal, and then the cop sees you and picks you up, you could end up with a misdemeanor charge and in jail for up to a year. We have these agency stores running differently than the liquor stores by, within the bill, proposing an excise tax on the profit of these stores, leaving the door wide open for the black market to continue to flourish. This bill does nothing to address the black market, which is supposed to be the point of legalization. Consumers can't legally grow the plant under this legislation, so what is the point of legalizing a plant if people can't, in their own domicile, in their own castle, grow the plant? That's not legalization. Folks, this bill, this amendment will satisfy the hunger that we all feel, many of us feel, for legalization. But it is a bologna sandwich and will leave us satisfied, but in a few hours we'll be hungry again because there was no nutrition there. So I ask you folks, this is not the year to legalize in a poor manner. We can come back when the lobbyists have less control on the other side of the wall, come together as the state that we are, and pass a free market solution to legalization that opens the door for all people to have control over what they want with this drug. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Does the member yield to questions?
I do.
Member yields. You may inquire.
Thank you for taking my question, Representative. And my question is, what evidence do you have that that cannabis sold through this model will be that it will be not be cheaper and will not be better than what's out on the market, and that the black market will do a better job? Can you tell me where you got that evidence?
Better job? I don't think I said the black market would do a better job. I said the black market would have cheaper cannabis under this model. And Representative, I appreciate the question. I cannot say the name of the company. I've already made that mistake here on the House floor in some cases, but there are a number of companies, one of them that has been buying up stores across the country. Wherever it is legal, they will buy up those stores and then make the price of that cannabis extraordinarily high. And that's monopolization. That raises the prices. It's happened in Florida. It's happened in other states. And if we allowed it to happen with the agency model here, where we have a restriction on only 15 stores, then who has the money to buy those, to become one of those agencies? Who has the money to lobby to become one of those agencies? Those companies. So that's why the price would be high.
Does the member yield a further question?
Thank you. This will be my last question, Representative. I believe that you're a sponsor on the bill, so my question is, how many of the hearings did you participate in and communicate with other people who are on the bill?
I'm sorry.
The member needs not answer. That question was not appropriate.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Leon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, colleagues. I recognize the challenges identified by my colleague from Peterborough from this bill. But our question is, do we pass something that makes a lot of us happy here in a freer market situation, or do we pass something that meets the outlines that are actually laid out for legalization to happen in New Hampshire and for us to stop being an island of prohibition? There is an idea that was floated through a commission over the summer and favored by some on the other side of this wall that truly would have a very tightly controlled market where there would be significant opportunity for multi-state operations to take a very controlling interest in the process. This bill addresses the requirements by the man with the pen in a way that allows the market to open up and to increase, assuming that we see that this is a good way, a good New Hampshire way to bring about legalization with quality product at lower prices. On in the middle of page 74, there's actually an outline of the reasons why we would increase the number of stores that would be responsive to the market after this has been launched and after we know what it looks like to sell cannabis here in New Hampshire in a lawful way. It also has a 10% charge, which is half that of surrounding states, between a third and a quarter of what it is in California, where the black market has been basically supercharged. By doing this, I believe that this is a path where we can move forward, and then we can figure out what needs to be done and what needs to be tweaked in the future to make this the best model. As my colleague speaks about the penalty for smoking in public, there have been some states where college students have seen that it's legal and they've gone around blowing smoke in people's faces. That's just offensive, and there needs to be a penalty from that. But we'd be looking at a third offense after convictions before you would be facing a misdemeanor charge. You wouldn't be unaware of it. There's ways to be discreet and respectful for those people who still want to consume, and they don't have to smoke in order to consume. Finally, I ask that you support this amendment. If you do support a path to legalization, I believe it's a compromise. Every single person in a seat here can find a reason to vote against the amendment and to vote against the bill. But the question is, do we have a net benefit to the state by passing this? And I truly do. That's why I've fought this battle, and I hope you'll join me in passing this amendment. Thank you.
The motion before us is on the amendment 0680H. This is a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the amendment 0680H. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Heath Howard for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, fellow representatives, for letting me speak today. Cannabis legalization should happen in this state, but the committee amendment makes this bill worse. And if I know that that this bill not only keeps the current misdemeanor charges for people smoking in public, but also increases the second violation fines. If I know that this would create a state-owned model not bold or large enough to force out the black market by imposing an excise tax and limiting the number of dispensaries. And if I know that this is not a free market model by forcing out the opportunity for private businesses to join the market, and if I know that this bill does not include home grow or annulment of cannabis-related charges, then I would encourage you to join me in pressing the red button so an ought-to-pass motion can be made. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Hunt for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know it's been a long time to try to get a bill that has almost uniform consensus that is the right answer for New Hampshire, if I know that the state has already proven that agency stores are successful, we do already have them for liquor, and yes, they're very competitive price-wise. If I know that this was well thought out, yes, maybe there are some other pieces that people would like to see, but that can happen in the future. If I know, Mr. Speaker, the time is now to pass it, will I now vote yes?
The motion before us is the vote on the amendment 0680H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had the opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay to the vote. 263 voting yea, 116 voting nay. The amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass as amendment. Chair recognizes Representative Tim Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, members. I'm going to agree with my colleague from Peterborough that now is not the time to pass marijuana legislation in the state of New Hampshire. There's more than just marijuana issues on this bill. There's mental health issues on this bill. There's supporting our law enforcement on this bill. There's homelessness issues on this bill. There's many reasons that everyone in here could find to not pass marijuana legislation in the state of New Hampshire. And I'm sure that my colleagues on this side of the aisle would agree that education, teaching our kids to stay off drugs, is something that is very important to them, and harm reduction is something that is important to them. This bill does not meet the level of guide rails that we were looking for in our commission this summer. I sat on the commission this summer, and we voted not to proceed with legislation on the commission this summer. And I would urge you to vote no on the ought to pass motion.
Chair recognizes Representative Lily Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to the majority vote on HB 1633. The proposed legislation of marijuana will lead New Hampshire down a horrible and expensive path. A 2022 report suggests that marijuana grow house emits as much CO2 as 3.3 million cars on the road. The indoor cultivation of 1 kilogram of marijuana requires 5.2 megawatt hours of electricity and releases 4.5 metric tons of carbon dioxide emissions, comparable to that of a passenger car in 1 year. Marijuana production is nearly 4 times more energy intensive than a coal or oil production. In Massachusetts, indoor cultivation makes up 10% of the state's industrial electricity consumption. The Alliance to Save Energy found indoor cannabis cultivation is one of the most energy-intensive industries, spending an estimated $6 billion on energy annually. That's a hefty electric bill, especially for New Hampshire, the state with the highest electricity costs in the country. And energy consumption issues will only worsen. Research estimates that annual marijuana cultivation electricity demand will increase by 65% over the next 10 years. Vermont currently has the highest rate of marijuana use in 12 to 17-year-olds in the U.S. There's still no field sobriety test for driving under the influence of marijuana. It prioritizes tax profits over public health and youth safety. Our children are worth more than tax profits. And my friends, this is a new tax, and taxation is theft. I urge you to save New Hampshire from harmful consequences of this bill. Please vote no on the OTP. Press the red button so that another and better motion can be made.
Does the member yield to questions?
No. No.
The member does not yield. The chair recognizes Representative Leon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I apologize. I want to address some of the concerns raised by my colleague from Raymond. First, this bill was never intended to represent the views of the Commission over the summer. I had expected something else to come out as that Commission was charged with drafting legislation. However, in order to reach something that would bring us legalization, we worked hard, we worked earnestly in order to meet as many of those requirements and as many of those goals as possible. Through that process, we have 10% of funds that are going to the Substance Use Prevention and Recovery Treatment Fund. We have 5% of the funds going to children's behavioral health. We have a tremendous amount of education that is included because it's a lot better to tell children why they shouldn't use cannabis while their brains are developing instead of just saying, it's illegal, don't do it. In my town of Derry about 10 years ago, there was somebody talking to the town council so disappointed that she was unable to convince the school's children that it was just as dangerous to use heroin as it was to use cannabis. Now that's a problem. How many of those children do you think decided to use heroin since they had tried cannabis or their friend had? And if they say they're the same, why don't I try it? Education is more than just saying it's illegal, don't do it. And I think that bringing legalization will help our children so that we can have a true, honest conversation about where the risks of cannabis actually are. As far as the police and public service, this bill puts 5% of proceeds to police and first responders, specifically for drug recognition experts. There's a lot of people in this state who currently use cannabis. I really don't think the number is going to increase much by passing this bill. With that, you'll have a few people who are rule followers who don't want to go across state lines, who have decided that because they can buy it in town, they will. But I don't really think the rule followers are the ones that we're concerned about. We're concerned about those people who are buying it on the black market, and they're buying product that's contaminated by fentanyl because of poor product handling. We have people dying from that. We also have other people who are receiving it wherever they want and driving while high. You know, that's really hard for people in towns that don't have drug recognition experts. So passing this bill and adding that funding is going to be a net benefit for public safety, as we have more trained officers in cars who can spot people who are driving under the influence. That is a good reason itself to pass this bill for people who want to increase public safety. And then as far as the energy use, I hope my colleague will at some point move towards home cultivation where people can use natural sunlight and allow this to work as a plant, but I know the state isn't ready for that yet. But I'd love to work on those conservation efforts in the future. All in all, cannabis is here. The question is whether or not we provide an outlet for people who are currently turning to the streets, a way to buy it in the state, and we keep some of the sales here in New Hampshire. Liquor sales here in the state benefit from people coming to New Hampshire, while cannabis sales in other states benefit from people leaving New Hampshire to make these purchases. Quite frankly, I think it's high time we legalize marijuana in this state. We do it in a way that actually can be signed into law, and then we move forward on the details together. With that, I ask for your support on this ought to pass as amended motion, and I hope that we can move forward on this and actually end our status as an island of prohibition. Thank you.
Does the member yield to questions?
Yes.
Member yields.
Thank you, thank you for taking my question. My question is, in the research that has been done on this topic in the states that we've compared to, has there ever been any evidence whatsoever that there's been increases in traffic fatalities or any fatalities from use whatsoever?
Thank you for the question. When you look at some of the data, you look at reporting biases as well. I don't actually know the traffic data because, quite frankly, I think that whether you are one state where it's legal around you or not isn't going to move the needle that far. What we do have to look at is people do talk about about reporting more usage, and that's because if your child has ingested something, you're less afraid to tell the police or tell the hospital what happened so they can treat them right. I think that more transparency is good. I think that we need to make sure that everything is handled safely, and this bill has a lot of ways to increase public safety. And I think that by having more drug recognition experts, our streets will be safer.
Representative Cahill has asked for a division vote. Members, take your seats. Not yet. The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1633. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Tim Cahill for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that legislative bodies around the country and other states are currently walking back or trying to walk back their marijuana legislation, and if I know that every citizen in New Hampshire deserves to safely drive down the road knowing that there isn't someone high on drugs next to them, and if I know that the children are the future, and if I know we should teach them well and let them lead the way, then would I now press the red button so that a proper motion can be made? And I request a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Hunt for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that no state has ever totally walked back and made marijuana illegal again, if I know that what most states wish to do was maybe do what we're doing, which is take baby steps, and most importantly, Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill was an agreement that it took in all the disparate groups, all the disparate issues, and was a well-balanced compromise with a 17-3 vote, will I now vote yes?
The motion before us is Majority Committee Report of Order Passed as amended on House Bill 1633. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay the vote. 239 voting nay, 141 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. This is going to be sent to Finance, and Representative Richards had a conflict of interest, did not participate in the vote. For what purpose does a member rise?
Make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
Representative McGee and I move to special order House Bill 1472-FN to the first order of business after the lunch break. And I will speak to my motion.
Motion to special order House Bill 1472.
The motion is to special order House Bill 1472. Chair recognizes the member to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We moved to special order this bill because the member who wrote the calendar report would like to participate in the debate on that bill, but that member has important family business that requires him to leave early this afternoon. So we would request that you support this motion to move this bill to the first order of business after lunch. Thank you.
The motion before us is a special order House Bill 1472 for the first bill after lunch. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion passes. Majority Committee on Commerce and Consumer Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 1649-FN, relative to prohibiting certain products with internationally added PFAS. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation of the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Kerry Spear for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Keith Ammon for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0352H, printed in House Record 7, pages 87 through 90. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted, and it's on its way to Finance.
No debate.
Majority of the Committee on Commerce and Consumer Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 1674 FN, an act relative to establishing the New Hampshire Legal Tender Act and establishing a state bullion depository. Considered the same, report the same, with a recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Senator Dick Saxton for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment. The recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. The motion before us is refer for interim study. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it. And the committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 1050 FN, relative to establishing a voluntary waiver of the right to purchase a firearm. Considered the same, report the same, with a recommendation the bill ought to pass. Senator David Muse for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Senator Terry Roy for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when this bill came to the committee, at first blush, I thought this was a good idea, to let someone have the ability to decide what they wanted to do with their own rights. And then, as we heard testimony, my opinion slowly changed because, first of all, the Second Amendment right, as we know, is not granted by the state or the federal government. The Second Amendment right existed before the Constitution was ever drafted. What we do know is that this bill would allow you to put your name on a registry that in the future you could not purchase a firearm. The problem is that, what if someone influences you to put your name on that? What if, for example, you are involved with a psychiatrist and the psychiatrist you've seen for years and you depend on for your mental health says to you, if you want to continue seeing me, you have to put your name on this registry. You now have a choice, keep your Second Amendment rights or lose your doctor. What if, where you live, they say, we don't allow people who aren't on this list? There are a plethora of ways that someone could be influenced and coerced into giving up their God-given Second Amendment right. The part that really, really twisted it for me was the testimony we heard from the Hampshire Medical Association from a psychiatrist himself. He said, we like this because it gives a list of who owns firearms, and we have been long in favor of and support of and wanted lists of people that own firearms. That scares me, and it should scare you. Whether you support the Second Amendment or not, any government agency or any organization that wants lists of people for any reason is scary. I would ask you to overturn the ought to pass so that a better motion can be made. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Muse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I start, I just want to say that because this bill and my remarks deal with suicide, I want to remind anybody who's listening in on the live stream or up in the gallery who's dealing with a mental health crisis that help and support are available here in New Hampshire by calling the Suicide and Crisis Hotline at 988. Over the summer, I met a New Hampshire mom that lost her only son to a gun suicide, and her reason is why I filed. Her story is why I filed this bill and why I'm standing before you today. I've had a lot of conversations with her over the last few months. And what I've learned from those conversations are three things. The devastating impact that a tragedy like this can have on the people that are left behind, the finality of an attempted suicide by firearm, which has a 90% success rate, and most importantly, I've learned that there are small but significant changes we can make to our laws to help people who are at risk for suicide as well as their families. There are many people who experience suicidal thoughts. They can be veterans, police officers, the coach of your kid's baseball team, your friends, even members of your own family. Some are prone to severe depression. Others may suffer from severe bipolar disorder. A surprising number have never even been treated for mental illness at all, because half of the people who have suicidal thoughts are never actually treated for mental illness. Outwardly, these people may look fine, and if you ask them, most would tell you that they're fine. At least they are for now. But they also know that when they're in crisis, the catastrophic mood swings and the overwhelming urge to do themselves harm will be back. Some of them also know that having a firearm in their lives during one of these times of crisis will put them at a dramatically higher risk of taking their own life. In most parts of the country, including New Hampshire, there's no ability to voluntarily add yourself to the federal background check system, so you can't purchase a firearm. What this bill would do is change that by establishing a voluntary firearms do not sell list for people who wish to voluntarily suspend their firearms rights of their own free will. Similar bills have already been passed in Utah, Virginia, and Washington State. HB 1050 authorizes the Department of Safety to create administrative processes needed to establish and manage the list. It also establishes the ground rules for handling these applications. Once a person is on the list and in the system, they will no longer be able to pass a background check to be able to purchase any type of firearm. If they change their mind and they wish to have their ability to purchase a firearm restored, all they need to do is fill out a simple form to do that. They will not need a signature from their doctor, their lawyer, or anyone else. That's because the only person who can apply to put you on the list or take you off of the list is you. And on the matter of coercion, or the potential for coercion by psychiatrists and medical people, I think a lot of us take medication. And one of the things that I always ask my doctor before he puts me on a medication is, are there alternatives? You know, what are the alternatives that are available to me? Is this something that I really need to do? Is it something that's really essential? I've never actually had a doctor refuse to treat me because I refuse to take a torvastatin. And I think that situation, while there's always the potential for people to try to influence your decision, I don't think we're in a situation where we're going to have medical professionals coercing people to put themselves on this list. I also want to point out to you that the bill includes a Class B misdemeanor penalty for anyone who attempts to enroll or to remove another person from that list. So the bottom line, again, is the only person who can put you on the list or take you off the list is you. There's also an entire section of the bill devoted to confidentiality and the protection of privacy. Contrary to what you may have heard, this bill doesn't take anybody's guns away. If a person decides to voluntarily and temporarily suspend their right to purchase a firearm, there is a process for them to end that suspension if they decide that's what they truly want. The bottom line is it's not a decision about whether or not to own a firearm. It's a personal health care decision and a case study in empowering the freedom of choice in a state where many of us like to loudly proclaim how much we treasure personal liberty. So today we have a choice. We can trust that people who find themselves in this situation know themselves and know their vulnerabilities far better than we do. Or we can insert ourselves into a personal decision that would simply allow vulnerable people to take the quickest, the deadliest in our state, the most common method of suicide off the table. Colleagues, please join me in voting HB 1050 ought to pass. And Mr. Speaker, I ask for a division vote. Thank you.
The motion before us is a majority committee report of ought to pass on 1050. Representative Granger has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. When you go to second a roll call, you have to be in your seats, not walking around the chamber. The motion before us, members will be in their seats. The motion before us, a majority committee report of ought to pass on House Bill 1050. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Rhodes for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know this simple form that we heard about does not exist to take your name off of a list, and if I know that the FBI does not have any obligation to take anybody's name off of a list, regardless of what the state says, and if I know there's always free cheese in the mousetrap, Mr. Speaker, would I now press no on the out to pass motion?
Chair recognizes Representative Seelig for a parliamentary inquiry. House will be in order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill is an easy way to help people who have mental health crises voluntarily block themselves and only themselves from buying guns when they are at their lowest, and if I know that this bill does not take anyone's rights away, but rather gives people who suffer from extreme depression a tool to protect themselves from themselves, and if I know that this bill could save lives and prevent suicide by gun. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that you are down with OTP, would I ask you to push the green button with me?
The motion before us is a majority committee report of ought to pass on House Bill 1050. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to say to the vote. 179 voting yea, 200 voting nay. The motion ought to pass fails. For what reason does the member rise?
I wish to make a motion.
State your motion.
I move inexpedient to legislate.
The motion before us now is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1050. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. This will be a division vote. Representative Sweeney has requested a roll call. That is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1050. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay the vote. 205 voting yea, 175 voting nay. The motion of inexpedient to legislate passes.
Speaker.
For what reason the member rise?
I wish to make a motion.
State your motion.
I wish to indefinitely postpone HB 1050.
That motion is in order. Motion before us is indefinitely postpone House Bill 1050. Are you ready for the question? All those in... The division has been requested. I think everybody still should be in their seats. So the motion before us is indefinite postponement on House Bill 1050. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Osborne.
While members present have an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 204 voting yea, 177 voting nay. 1050 is indefinitely postponed. For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to request the remarks be placed in the permanent journal.
Without objection?
Thank you.
Majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 1186 FN, an act relative to firearm purchasers' privacy. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment, a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Jason Jarvin for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Amanda Bolden for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0604H. printed in House Record 7, pages 43 through 44. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Bolden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rewards programs know the difference between a gas purchase and a restaurant purchase because credit card companies apply codes to merchants. This bill would ban credit card companies from factually labeling firearms merchants. Advocates of this legislation argue that this bill prevents big government from meddling in their Second Amendment rights. However, the only impact this bill has on government is that it enlists the state attorney general to penalize a private company when they accurately label a merchant within their own system. Additionally, advocates for this bill were unable to address how this legislation would impact federal investigations of terrorist activities. The committee discussed whether terrorist activities rely on credit cards, and per a 2002 FBI report, they do. HB 1186 grows government and puts our national safety at risk. I ask this body to vote against the out-to-pass recommendations. Another motion can be made.
Chair recognizes Representative Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have to give all credit to my good friend from Seabrook for discovering this issue and bringing it forward to us for consideration. This bill, what it does is when you purchase a firearm or a firearm accessory or ammunition with your credit card, there's a specific code that goes on that the bank keeps, and the bank will transfer that at the request without warrant to the Department of Commerce. The Department of Commerce has asked for this information, specifically for this information. They don't care if you buy milk, if you buy a car, if you buy a boat. They want to know about your firearms purchases. Why? That's none of their business. Just this week, the state of Iowa passed the exact same bill, and I believe 4 or 5 other states have passed it in the last year or two. Now, we heard that, well, the credit card companies have paused it for a little while because certain states are pushing back. Well, you're right, we're pushing back. Stay out of our business. Stay out of my credit card bills. Stay out of my life. This is the Second Amendment. It's none of the government's business. Vote against this. Thank you.
Does the member yield to questions?
No.
Member does not yield. Representative Granger has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is Majority Committee Report of Order Pass as amended on House Bill 1186. This is going to be a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Newman for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that when federal firearms dealers sell a certain number of firearms to an individual in a certain number of days, consecutive business days, they must report those sales to ATF. If I also know that this bill unnecessarily prohibits the use of a new, more accurate firearm merchant category code that could help ATF prevent gun violence stemming from cases of straw purchases, gun trafficking, and mass casualty events. And finally, if I know, contrary to the claims of the proponents, that this code is not a threat to individual privacy, Since it only indicates the type of merchant, it does not provide any details about the customer or items that were purchased. Would I now push the red button to defeat the OTPA motion so a new motion can be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Janvin for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that in 2018 the New Hampshire Constitution was amended to add a right to privacy, if I know that several states have passed bills into law that protect the privacy of firearms purchasers, if I know that the New Hampshire Banking Association and Major Credit Card worked with me on the amendment that we've passed, and lastly, if I know that every New Hampshire license plate I saw this morning said the words, "Live free or die," would I then press the green button?
The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of order passed as amended on House Bill 1186. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. While members present have an opportunity to vote, I also intend to stay the vote. 203 voting yea, 174 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. For what reason is member? And it is on its way to finance. Majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 1330 FN, Act relative to establishing an emergency medical services disciplinary review panel relative to procedures for removal of records of discipline. Considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Terry Roy for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Mark Prue for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Prue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the ITL. It had to come out ITL because we were working on a bipartisan amendment that we couldn't quite get out in time. So it had to be a floor amendment that's in your pocket. And we have worked together to come up with this amendment. So I urge you to vote against the ITL so another motion can be made with the amendment. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the committee heard the testimony on the bill. We liked the bill. There were several fatal flaws in the bill, which caused us to vote ITL. I only wish that there were a floor amendment that we could vote on to maybe pass the bill. I don't know, but we had to vote ITL.
The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1330. Are you ready for the question? Representative Weber requested a division. Members, take your seats.
I think waving off on
I'll just go right to the vote. The motion before us, a majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1330. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Vanda Castile.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 54 voting yea, 320 voting nay. The motion of inexpedient to legislate fails. Representative Mark Prue moves ought to pass and offers floor amendment 0818H in your seat pockets. And it's recognized to speak to his floor amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank all of you. I appreciate your vote, except for 54 of you, just saying. So what this bill does is create a disciplinary board similar to what OPLC has created for all the other boards. Right now, at the Division of Emergency Medicine, EMTs, one person makes that decision when everybody else has a board of 3. So we're creating a board of 3 to review all the disciplinary action. This bill also, or the amendment, also allows people who have been placed on the disciplinary website list that after 7 years, just like all the other boards, your name will be removed, but that information goes into your file. The other thing that it does is if you have passed away, they can actually take your name off the list because you're not coming back for a job. So I actually had a friend who passed away and tried to get their name removed from the list, and they said, nope, can't do it. There's no provision in law. So we're trying to create that so we can remove the people who have passed as well. And like I said, this is a bipartisan bill. So I ask that you all vote the same way you just did the last time. Thanks.
The motion before us is approved floor amendment 0818H. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1330. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, 320 to 54.
and it's going to
and it is going to finance. The Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 1339 FN, an act relative to Department of Safety firearm background checks. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. Recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Jonathan Stone for the committee. The amendment is 0605H, printed in House Record 7, pages 50 through 51. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted, and it is on its way to finance. Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 1128 FN, relative to the definition of a scholarship organization for the purposes of education tax credit, comes to us without recommendation. Representative Luno moves ought to pass. Chair recognizes Representative Alicia Lekas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would ask for a division vote. This bill provides that for purposes of the education tax credit, a qualifying scholarship organization must be incorporated in the state of New Hampshire. Currently, it's only required for them to be incorporated or qualified to do business in this state. The current scholarship organization is registered in the state and is in good standing, which means they filed all the forms they needed to, they did all the things they needed to, and they didn't do any of the things they didn't need to. Many charitable organizations in this state are not incorporated in this state. And that would include the Cancer Society, the Red Cross, Planned Parenthood. In fact, Planned Parenthood isn't even incorporated in the United States. It's an international organization. So why are we singling out one charitable organization and insisting that they must be incorporated in the state when all these other corporations that do business in the state of New Hampshire, including ones that we give money to, are not incorporated in the state of New Hampshire? All charitable organizations should be treated equally. The current scholarship organization has a parent company that's incorporated in New Jersey. That corporation is very big, they have extra money, and consequently, they are funding the operational expenses of the scholarship organization, which means that the scholarship organization can take every single penny that is donated to them and give them to students for scholarships. I would ask you, please, in order to help these needy children, please vote against this. Thank you very much.
Chair recognizes Representative Luno.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As everyone here knows, the Education Freedom Account program is administered by a third-party contractor. That contractor is incorporated in New York and administers similar school choice programs in 19 other states. And in each of these states has their own nonprofit company that receives taxpayer money from the government, manages the student accounts, and processes payments for educational materials and services directed by families. But not here in New Hampshire. New Hampshire does not have its own nonprofit to manage the day-to-day transactions, as do all of the other states. HB 1128 fixes this. This bill requires the state to have its own nonprofit, incorporated right here in New Hampshire. And just like the other states, the nonprofit would file federal tax returns that show how much money is received from the state and from charitable contributions, how much is used to fund EFAs, and how much is retained for administrative costs. Currently, only administrative costs, so far totaling nearly $2 million, have been reported without any explanation about how those funds were used or whether those funds were used to cover costs in other states. There's no record of the more than $45 million in state funds used for the New Hampshire EFA program so far. No record on any charitable tax filing. New Hampshire should have its own nonprofit to manage the EFAs. In fact, it would be among the largest 1% of charities in the state. The federal filings would be complete and accurate, and the use of funds to administer the program for New Hampshire kids would be clear. We can do a lot better than we're doing right now. Granite Staters deserve clear, accurate, and transparent financial reports for the EFA program, just like what other states are doing. I encourage you all to support House Bill 1128. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I request a roll call.
The motion before us is how to pass on House Bill 1128. Representative Luno has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is how to pass on House Bill 1128. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Noble for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill would make the Children's Scholarship Fund ineligible to run the education tax credit program because they are not incorporated in this state, but they file annually with the New Hampshire Secretary of State and Department of Revenue and continue to be in good standing. And if I know the reason they're not incorporated in this state is because they can run the program more efficiently through the parent organization, which saves taxpayer dollars and allows more money to go to students in need. And if I know that the award-winning Children's Scholarship Fund is the only approved scholarship organization to run both the education tax credit and EFA program, and that both programs would effectively be eliminated by this bill, would I now protect educational opportunities for thousands of students by pressing the red button? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Myler for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I believe that the organization managing the educational tax credits and the Education Freedom Account program should be recognized in the state of New Hampshire by registering as a nonprofit corporation. If I believe that currently the Education Tax Credit and the Education Freedom Account program is registered with a New York-based corporation, and that it is difficult to access financial records from this entity. If I believe that by registration as a New Hampshire corporation, more clarity, accuracy, and transparency would result in the knowledge of how taxpayer dollars are being spent. If I believe this, Mr. Speaker, would I now press the green button to support the ought to pass motion? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 1128. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Jones.
While members present have an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. 185 voting yea, 188 voting nay. The motion of ought to pass fails. For what reason does the member rise?
Make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I move indefinite postponement.
The motion. Oh, for what reason does the member rise?
Move to lay House Bill 1128 on the table.
Laying on the table is a higher priority motion. So the motion before us will lay House Bill 1128 on the table. We heard division. Members, take your seats. The motion is to lay House Bill 1128 on the table. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 189 to 189, the motion fails. And I did not vote. Now we're back to the question of indefinite postponement. Who requested a roll call? Representative Sweeney requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members should be in your seats. The motion before us is indefinite postponement on House Bill 1128. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. While members present have an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 191 voting yea, 187 voting nay. House Bill 1128 is indefinitely postponed.
Belcher moves not to pass the amendment we have to vote on first.
Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 1288 FN, relative to establishing certain due process rights for students, student organizations, and faculty members facing disciplinary actions by state institutions of higher learning. This comes without recommendation. Representative Belcher moves ought to pass. We take up Amendment 0332H, printed in House Record 7, pages 46 through 47. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass as amended. Chair recognizes Representative Tanner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 1288 changes certain due process rights for students, student organizations, and faculty members facing disciplinary actions by state institutions of higher learning. Due process basically occurs when the accused has the right to a published notice of the charges, an explanation of the evidence, an opportunity to tell their side of the story, and a timely decision. The process and procedures of disciplinary action in academic and educational settings are meant to be flexible. Plagiarism or complaint of an unfair grade should not rise to the level of the same disciplinary procedure as would assault or arson. At universities, colleges, and other educational institutions, the student disciplinary action is a locally developed process that sets procedures that are respectful, effective, and fair, but are not intended to duplicate a court of law. Often the levels of the process go from an informal one-to-one on review or hearing to a formal hearing before a disciplinary panel that addresses the incident, determines responsibility, and gives the appropriate sanctions. All parties have the options of appeals, and if they choose, a hearing in a court of law. Our state and university and college systems have well-developed, long-standing set of policies and disciplinary procedures based on the clearly stated and published rules and responsibility in a code of conduct, behavioral policies, academic integrity, and sexual misconduct. Most of the due process rights prescribed in this bill are already happening and are currently in place at the campuses of our state universities and colleges. But this bill also proposes a one-size-fits-all process and requirement that should not be the way to address the several layers of violations, the severity of the infraction, or the choices of those involved at our universities and colleges. This bill requires adherence to specific measures at all levels. The university system suggested this bill could increase the number of formal hearings in an academic year from about 80 to more than 3,000. Not only would this be costly, but it would also slow the process of resolving disciplinary issues for students. In addition, the disciplinary processes for most faculty members are governed by several different collective bargaining agreements in which both employee and employer have agreed on the process for addressing those disciplinary concerns. Implementation of these rigid requirements in 1288 and its one-size-fits-all for unionized employees would require extended negotiations with various bargaining units to change agreements to meet the letter of the law. 1288 is a problem in search of a solution. There was no testimony pointing to issues that needed to be addressed at our state's public colleges and university. On the other hand, we heard significant testimony that this legislation would create unnecessary, cumbersome, and costly burdens for the university and community college systems to replace their process. Requirements to set up a new procedure, to develop, introduce, and formulate the various components required in this bill would cause confusion and disruption by creating a parallel program to the one that's currently in place and almost duplicates it. In the absence of demonstrated problems, there is no evidence to suggest that we should or need to change the approach to disciplinary policies procedures now. The legislature has a long history of leaving process and operational issues like this to the Board of Trustees and administrators of our community college system and our university system, rather than creating detailed management instructions. I urge you to vote no on this OTP motion, so another motion can be presented, and I ask for a division vote, please.
Chair recognizes Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the OTPA motion on HB 1288. This bill establishes certain minimum due process protections that students, student organizations, and faculty members at public higher education institutions must be afforded before they can be suspended, expelled, fired from employment, or for student organizations deprived of any rights enjoyed by other student organizations. An issue had come up during the course of this committee proceedings on this bill is that why does it focus only on those? Why not? There are a lot of staff people that are employed. Why doesn't the bill encompass them? And the answer to that is that, as we've seen around the country, those are generally not the people who end up in situations where their due process rights are imperiled. It's faculty members, students, student organizations. Those are the ones that are often in danger in connection with procedures that are used. So let's take a look for a minute at what the due process rights are that this bill spells out. And I ask you to think about them, and as you're thinking about them, ask yourself, does this sound unfair? Is there something wrong with giving people who are accused of wrongdoing and facing suspension, expulsion, firing, etc., of these rights? First, notice of the charges. Second, some advance disclosure of the witnesses and evidence to be presented against the person, as well as any exculpatory evidence that favors the person. Third, a presumption that the violation did not occur, and a requirement that the violation be proved by a preponderance of the evidence. And I should note here that the preponderance of the evidence standard is the civil standard. It's the lowest burden of proof that we have in the law. So this is not making these proceedings analogous to criminal proceedings. The privilege against self-incrimination would apply. There would be a right to confront and cross-examine witnesses, a right to present a defense and call witnesses for the defense, a right to an impartial hearing officer, the right to have a lawyer or a non-lawyer advocate be present at the student or faculty member's expense. This is not saying you get a right to a government paid-for lawyer, but you have a right to have one, or a non-lawyer if you want to be present with you. A right to a verbatim record of the hearing, and a right to appeal any adverse decision to a higher-level college official who was not directly involved in the earlier stages of the proceedings. The bill allows institutions to take immediate action prior to affording these rights where there is a threat of imminent harm, and to then hold a hearing later on once the threat has been ameliorated. Colleges, the prior speaker indicated that some were college administrators that basically that came in and said, our current practices are just fine. There really is no problem. Interestingly, one of the groups that you would expect would be here would have been there in the committee process if there really wasn't any problem, is the union representatives who represent faculty members, et cetera, to come in and say, if we pass this bill, there'll be a big problem. But you know what? There were no union representatives coming in and saying this is going to be a problem. And I submit to you that's because they don't see it as a problem. Let me point out to you one thing that I think is critically important. The prior speaker mentioned that that most of the procedures that the university system and the community college system currently use really comply with this. There's really no difference or very minor difference. If that's really true, then there's no problem, because the bill specifically says that colleges or universities that have their own procedures are completely free to use those as long as they afford the minimum due process requirements that are in this bill. So they can keep doing what they're doing as long as they afford the minimum due process. And of course, one of the other things that the bill also says is, in terms of trying to informally resolve matters, there's nothing in the bill, and the bill specifically says that a faculty member or student is free to waive any of the rights, just as anyone else would be, that are afforded under this, as long as they do so voluntarily and knowingly. Let me talk for a moment about a particular problem that is a basis for needing, for me to believe that this bill is particularly important. It's the issue of potential sexual assault allegations brought against students, or maybe even faculty members, probably more likely students. As you may know, during the Obama administration, there was what was sent out by the Education Department, something known as guidance. They weren't regulations that were sort of, supposed to have the legal effect of law. It was referred to as guidance, suggesting that colleges and universities around the country were really affording too much due process in these kinds of cases, and that it would be okay to allow some lesser level of process in these cases, which did not really afford fairness to the person that was accused. That was reversed during the Trump administration, but now is in the process of being reinstated by the Biden administration. I have to say that it is very discouraging to see this development happening in the current administration. Requiring fairness does not in any way mean that anything goes in these kinds of proceedings, in these kinds of due process protections that are afforded by this procedure. During the committee proceedings on this matter, an issue was raised about, oh well, if a student is allowed to ask questions of an accuser, things could get out of control. Absolutely not. There's nothing in here that in any way would prevent the officer conducting the hearing from shutting down something if an accused were trying to harass a victim or something like that. Absolutely, the hearings officer could shut it down. I think this is the important thing that I hope you'll consider as you debate on as you think about what should happen on this bill. Our traditions in this country, and really in England, going back to the Magna Carta, have always taken the view that it is better for 10 guilty persons to escape punishment than for one innocent person to be convicted. I hope that all of us in this room still believe that. I submit respectfully that we should not allow an exception to this proud tradition of justice to take hold on our college campuses. And for this reason, I urge you to press the green button. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I request a roll call vote.
Mr. Lynn has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1288. This is going to be a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Damon for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the university and community college systems of New Hampshire already have well-established disciplinary systems that effectively resolve issues respecting both parties without precluding civil or criminal legal proceedings if needed, and if I know this bill would require renegotiating many collective bargaining agreements at considerable time and expense, and more importantly, If I know, as a survivor of assault, that allowing the cross-examination of the alleged perpetrator without the safety of official court procedures is likely to cause further trauma to victims, and if I know that this bill discourages victims from seeking help or reporting assaults, would I now press the red button so a better motion can be made? Thank you.
The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1288. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Belcher for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning. If I know that this bill establishes a basic level of due process, if I further know that if colleges already meet these basic requirements, they must do nothing further, but if I know that it was confirmed to our committee that sometimes due process is withheld, including the right to cross-examination, would I then press the green button?
Motion before us is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1288. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Jeffrey Smith. Representative Julie Smith. Representative Perez. I need a thumb, not thank you.
If all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 192 voting yea, 185 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. And it's going to finance. Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 1517 FN, relative statewide education property tax and excess revenue from games of chance. It comes without recommendation. Representative Lekas moves ought to pass. Chair recognizes Representative Luno.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1517 would reduce the statewide education property tax by the amount of revenue collected from the state from what are called games of chance, and only in the amount of that would exceed $6.6 million. So where'd that come from? That's the amount collected by the state last year from games of chance. The fiscal note on the bill says it's unclear whether revenue from games of chance would ever exceed $6.6 million in future years. But fair to say, it's not going to put a big dent in the statewide education property tax. The state reduced the SWEPs by $100 million a few years ago, and even that didn't make much of a difference for most taxpayers. There are other bills to take up to reform the statewide education property tax, and I'd suggest that we place our attention there. Let's vote against the motion of ought to pass on this bill so that we can focus on the other bills. Thank you, and I request a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Harrington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is simply a bill that's trying to avoid growing government because we have new revenues. I think anybody who's watched the 6 o'clock news sees that woman jumping up and down in the ads all the time saying how white her gambling casinos are. You've seen the ads for the Nashua Casino. You've seen the one in Conway that I just recently been approved. And so this is not, we're not talking about having these gamblings in the church basement like we did some years ago. We're talking about thousands of slot machines are going to be in New Hampshire. We're talking about table limits going to $50 and a lot more casinos. There's going to be a lot more revenue from this gambling, and what the purpose of this bill is to use that to reduce a liability that the state already has. Now, the bill says statewide property tax, but I'm not an expert on taxes, so my goal is to get this to Ways and Means, and I would defer to their judgment. Maybe, as someone suggested, we could use it to pay down some of the retirement debt, which is in, I think, billions of dollars, and it would be save everybody money that way. The main purpose is not to expand government because we're getting new revenues from gaming. If you look to our south in Connecticut, they put in gaming some years ago with new casinos. At one time, there were people lined up 3 and 4 deep just waiting to get a seat at the blackjack table. Then the recession came, and all of a sudden those revenues dropped drastically off. But the new programs they put in hadn't. They had to put in massive tax increases, and that's what I'm trying to avoid with this. We don't want to use this enhanced revenue that's going to come in to create new programs because, yeah, we're going to increase the amount of revenue for a while, but eventually gambling is going to be saturated and it's going to level off. And if you have another recession, which is bound to happen sometime, gambling is a total voluntary spending. It's one of the first things people will cut out if they are short on money. So I'm just asking you to say, let's not use this new revenue source to expand government. And if it's as small as the former speaker just said, then what's to worry? There's no new spending in this, and there's no new appropriation. We're not cutting any programs. We're just saying, let's be prudent about this increased money and use it to reduce a liability that the state already has rather than create new ones. Thank you.
Representative Luno has requested a division. Members, take your seats. Representative Harrington requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 1517. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Byler for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I question the notion that the statewide property tax should depend upon the gaming industry as a source of school funding, and if I know that the statewide property tax is currently under scrutiny with several committees and pending legislation due to the recent court case, if I know that 2 years ago we reduced the SWEP by $100 million, which resulted in marginal property tax relief across the state, if I know this, Mr. Speaker, would I request that the body press the red button? Thank you very much.
Chair recognizes Representative Ladd for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If I know this bill will reduce future SWEP liability, and if I know we hear often my property taxes are too high, however, this bill will raise money without another new tax, If I know this is local legislation, this will provide all families a welcome tax break, which we all need in this very, very difficult economic time, would I then press the green button? Thank you.
Motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 1517. It's a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to state of the vote. 196 voting yea, 184 voting nay. Committee report is adopted, and it's on its ways to Ways and Means. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, and a note from the Chairman of Finance. I've examined both House Bill 1186 and the amendment. I do not find any spending that my committee can change. Therefore, pursuant to House Rule 47F, I waive off the second committee referral of HB 1186.
Chair recognizes Representative Edwards for an announcement.
All right, so this is literally a lunchtime announcement. I'm glad I'm next to the door to avoid the stampede, but the New Hampshire Nursing Association is right now prepared to host a free, yes, some things are free. It's a free lunch for all legislators. Go talk to the nurses. They keep us well. Thank you. In the cafeteria, sorry. Major assumption.
115. The House will reconvene at 1:15. Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 1472 FN. Relative to debates, the House will be in order. Members, take your seats. Relative to debates, rebates of energy efficiency funds for electric vehicles. Comes without recommendation. Senator McWilliams moves ought to pass and offers amendment 0506H, printed in House Record 7, pages 56 through 57. The first debate is on the amendment. Chair recognizes Representative Harrington. The House will be in order. The member has a right to be heard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, fellow members, for allowing me to move this back so I was able to speak on this bill. I have to say this is the same old song we've heard many, many times in the past. Let's bury a hidden tax in electric rates and never tell the electric rate payers about it. They won't know they're paying more for electricity because of this hidden tax that's going to use to subsidize electric vehicles. And even if they recognize that their rates are going up, they're just going to blame the electric company. It's a real sweet deal for those people who believe in hidden taxes and non-transparency in government. So where's the money coming from? It's coming from RGGI. RGGI is the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative that's been in effect for a few years. What it does is it penalizes everybody who's a carbon dioxide emitter, so they have to pay a penalty into the electric markets, and then these penalties in the form of coupons are auctioned off, and the results of those auctions, minus the administrative costs and so forth, are returned to the states. Now, in New Hampshire, unlike most states, almost all of that money is returned to the ratepayers. So the ratepayers who paid the extra money because of the higher wholesale electric rates get their money back. What this bill says is, let's not give them all their money back. Let's take some of that money and use it to spend on subsidies for people to buy electric vehicles. And you're going to hear different levels. The first time it was you could make up to $300,000. Now you're going to make only $150,000. But the fact remains is the average income of the person who buys an EV is over $100,000 a year, where the average mean household income of New Hampshire is about $78,000. And that means well over half the people in the households in New Hampshire couldn't afford an electric vehicle. Think about it. If you're making $78,000, are you going to spend $50,000 on a new car? Of course you're not. You couldn't afford to do it. So this is sort of a reverse Robin Hood situation where the people that have sufficient amount of money to buy the electric vehicle are going to be subsidized by the people who don't. It just doesn't make any sense. And remember, federal governments already, or federal taxpayers are already subsidizing EVs to the tune of thousands of dollars. So we simply don't need another secret tax in our electric bills. If you really believe in what you're doing and that we should subsidize electric vehicles, put it out there in public and say you're going to tax something where everybody knows what they're being charged and what it's going to. Don't hide it in electric bills. And finally, if EVs are so spectacular and so wonderful, why do we have to bribe people to buy them? Why do we have to subsidize them? They should be willing to do it on their own. Please vote against this amendment. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, colleagues. I've always been told that you never want to give a speech after lunch when everyone's been well fed, so we'll see how that works out today. I rise in favor of the amendment 0506H. As originally introduced, HB 1472 called for the establishment of a 2-year electric vehicle rebate pilot program. During discussions within the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee, there was general agreement among our members that to consider moving forward, we needed more specific program guidelines and guardrails. And this amendment does that. The amendment clarifies that a total of $3 million will be allocated to the pilot program over a 2-year period. $1.5 million in year 1 and an additional $1.5 million in year 2. It delays the start of the program until July 1st of 2025 so that the Department of Revenue Administration has ample time to set up the program. And the amendment confirms the original intent of the bill as introduced, that the $1.5 million set aside for the pilot program each year should come from the approximately $30 to $40 million provided to New Hampshire each year from the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, which is paid for by electric power producers across 10 eastern states, extending all the way down to Virginia. There are none of these allowances or fees are collected from ratepayers. The pilot program will offer New Hampshire residents a one-time rebate of $1,000 for a new or used plug-in hybrid vehicle and $2,000 for a new or used battery electric vehicle. The vehicle must be purchased from a licensed New Hampshire dealership and have a sticker price of no more than $80,000 for pickup trucks, SUVs, and commercial vans, and $50,000 for all other vehicles. And I can tell you from personal experience, I purchased a used plug-in vehicle for $10,000. To be eligible for the program, New Hampshire residents must be 18 years of age, have a valid New Hampshire driver's license, and have a modified adjusted gross income as reflected on their most recent income tax return of $150,000 for married couples filing jointly, $112,500 for heads of household, and $75,000 for all other filers. These levels are about half the levels in the federal program, and they were included in the amendment to maximize the availability of funding to lower income individuals. According to the Investment of Reggie Proceeds in 2021 report issued in June of 2023, of the $33 million in Reggie allowance proceeds New Hampshire received during 2021, approximately $29.6 million was used to provide direct electric bill rate relief to New Hampshire consumers. HB 1472 would reduce that amount by $1.5 million, or about 17 cents per electric customer per month. Even after HB 1472 is implemented, we will continue to return $28.1 million per year to ratepayers, money that will continue to help them reduce their monthly electric bills. The $1.5 million for the pilot program will also continue to benefit New Hampshire residents. It will not leave the state. Non-residents will not be able to participate in the program. It will place New Hampshire residents on a par with residents of our surrounding states, which all have similar programs for their state residents, programs that New Hampshire residents are not able to benefit from. And furthermore, the licensed New Hampshire car dealerships located in many of our districts will benefit from purchases of electric vehicles by New Hampshire residents who would have purchased their vehicles in surrounding states without this incentive program. Please join me in voting yes on the motion to pass this amendment so that we may vote OTPA on HB 1472. Thank you, and Mr. Speaker, I request a division vote.
The motion before us is on the amendment 0506H. We have a request for a division. Members, take your seats. This will be a division vote. The motion before us is on the amendment 0506H. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Bernardi for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know this amendment picks $1.5 million from the pockets of ratepayers to give to those buyers and lessors of EVs, if I know that it subsidizes the wealthy at the expense of the less well-to-do, and if I know one of our tasks is to reduce electric rates for ratepayers, would I push the red button so that a better motion can be made?
Chair recognizes Representative McWilliams for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this amendment makes a good bill much better, and if I know that New Hampshire receives between $30 and $40 million annually as our share of regional greenhouse gas initiative allowances, and these RGGI funds are not collected from New Hampshire ratepayers, if I know that these RGGI funds are intended to be used by New Hampshire for strategic energy purposes, and if I further know that $1.5 million per year of that $30 to $40 million in RGGI funds from power plants will be reallocated from pennies worth of monthly electric rebates to fund this electric vehicle rebate pilot program, and if I further know that this pilot rebate program would keep RGGI rebate money in New Hampshire as opposed to directing it to our energy utility companies and benefit not only those low and middle income Granite Staters who wish to purchase an electric vehicle, but also local businesses. And if I know that all of the New England states except for New Hampshire have a state EV rebate program, would I now press the green button on the motion to accept this amendment to make this bill better, with guardrails on this pilot program, and provide low and middle income New Hampshire residents the same opportunities as neighboring states? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Motion before us is Amendment 0506H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Will all members present have an opportunity to vote? House will attend to state of the vote. 187 voting yea, 191 voting nay. The amendment fails. The motion is now before us is ought to pass on House Bill 1472.
I'm not sure if this is in order at this time. Can I ask for indefinite postponement? Indefinite postponement, is that possible at this time?
It is a
Then I'd ask for that, please.
proper motion, so you're making a motion for indefinite postponement?
I'm sorry.
You're making a motion for indefinite postponement?
Yes, that is correct. And I ask for a vote.
The motion before us is indefinite postponement on House Bill 1472. A roll call has been requested by Representative Sweeney. That is sufficiently seconded? This will be a roll call vote.
He's not going to do it if you want.
All right, the motion before us is indefinite postponement on 1472. This is going to be a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Munns for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that New Hampshire receives...
Representative, my mistake.
Oop.
He's first? My mistake. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative
Mr.
Harrington for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know there's only one source of Reggie funds, and that's the ratepayers of the Reggie states, if I know there's no magical source of money in the sky, that every single penny of Reggie money comes from higher rates paid by the ratepayers, and if I know that this bill would use that ratepayer money, instead of refunding it to the ratepayers who paid it, would use it to subsidize so affluent people could buy electric vehicles, would I please vote yes?
Now the chair recognizes Representative Munns for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that New Hampshire receives approximately $33 million as its share of the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative allowances collected from power producers across the 10 eastern states, and that $1.5 million of that would be reallocated to the pilot program envisioned in HB 1472, and that $1.5 million would reduce the direct bill assistance to the average energy consumer in New Hampshire by about 17 cents per month per customer. And if I know that the pilot rebate program would keep that money in New Hampshire and benefit not only those who wish to purchase an electric vehicle, but also local businesses. And if I know that when HB 1472 is implemented, New Hampshire electric customers will continue to receive $28 million per year in direct electric bill rate relief, would I now press the red button on the motion to indefinitely postpone this bill so that we can proceed to a vote of ought to pass and provide this valuable program to the citizens of New Hampshire? Thank you.
Motion before us is indefinitely postpone House Bill 1472. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to state of the vote. 188 voting yea, 189 voting nay. The motion fails. Now we're back to the original motion of ought to pass. And the chair recognizes Representative Kennedy. Chair recognizes Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've gone through some discussion already because we were involved with the amendment, but I'm going to address the original bill. As you've heard, HB 1472 would introduce a special New Hampshire subsidy for the purchase of electric vehicles, in addition to the existing federal subsidies. So a little background here. The electric vehicle tax credit was first introduced as part of the Energy Policy Act of 2005 as a way to encourage the production and adoption of electric vehicles, and established a federal income tax credit of up to $3,400 for the purchase of new hybrid vehicles. In 2009, the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act expanded the credit to include plug-in electric vehicles and increased the maximum credit to $7,500. Even if you think promoting EVs is good policy, how long do we need to keep, quote, encouraging them? We have been priming the pump, so to speak, for almost 20 years. The richest man in the world sells EVs. Does he really deserve more help? In addition, a cheating scandal was uncovered last month by the Texas Public Policy Foundation and reported in the Wall Street Journal, wherein EVs improperly benefit from an erroneous interpretation by the US DOE of a series of laws promoting alternative fuel vehicles but clearly excluding electric vehicles. Car makers can arbitrarily multiply the efficiency of EVs by 6.67, meaning a 2022 Tesla Model Y, which tests at the equivalent of about 65 miles per gallon in a laboratory, is counted as having a compliance value of 430 miles per gallon. Environmental groups question the legality of the rule. With current regulations, automakers that don't meet corporate average fuel economy standards are required to purchase credits from those whose fleets exceed them. Tesla alone apparently brought in $554 million from these credits just in 2023's third quarter, representing a large portion of their overall net income. Ultimately, this money comes from those people who purchase gasoline-powered vehicles in the form of higher prices. Clearly, the federal administration really wants you to buy EVs. HB 1472 does not provide a tax credit, but a direct payment of $2,000 on the purchase of a battery EV and $1,000 for a plug-in hybrid EV. This money, we've heard a lot about this, but this money will come from electricity ratepayers. A fairness issue was brought up in committee. It was suggested that one effect of these programs is to transfer money from working class people to well-paid professionals who might find EVs fun or useful or be a way to demonstrate their concern for the environment. That argument did carry some weight with the supporters of the bill. The amendment we were just discussing was the outcome of that discussion, where the upper annual income bounds for qualification for the program were lowered from $300,000 for a married couple to $150,000. Okay, all citizens of the U.S. are currently paying for the federal subsidies for EVs. Do we want to burden the ratepayers of New Hampshire with an additional handout for the purchasers of EVs? They are already getting $7,500 plus hidden subsidies, like the one I just talked about. Do we want the people of this state to contribute another $2,000? If you think this is outrageous or at least unjustified, please vote no on OTP so a different motion can be made. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative McWilliams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While the amendment would have made this a better tailored bill for low and middle income families, the underlying bill is still worth carrying forward. This bill creates a 2-year pilot using RGGI funds, which are intended to be used to advance energy policy in New Hampshire. This Cash on the Hoods program is designed to provide point-of-sale electric vehicle rebates to EV buyers and lessors for new and used vehicles. Used hybrid and electric vehicles are rapidly gaining traction as first vehicles for new teenage drivers in New Hampshire. These are working-class families purchasing a local car for their kid to drive around town. The pilot program offers Granite Staters the same opportunities as the states around us, including Maine, Vermont, Massachusetts, Connecticut, and Rhode Island, that all offer state-based EV rebate programs with similar incentives. The funding for this program comes out of the total funds that are presently slated to be rebated to individual electric ratepayers during the same period as the pilot program. The reduction of the average New Hampshire residential electric consumer RGGI rebate will be pennies per customer per month for this 2-year pilot, and it will meet the goals of the RGGI funds program. As elected representatives engaged in crafting policy, we are market makers. We have the ability to create incentives to direct the future of vehicle purchases in New Hampshire. The goal of this pilot program is to increase the sales of electric and hybrid vehicles by New Hampshire automotive dealers in the Granite State. They will also keep a portion of our RGGI funds in-state and reduce the amount of carbon emitted by new and used vehicles on our roads. This will provide the same benefit that all other New England states offer for low and middle income families buying new and used vehicles. Please join me in voting green on this electric and hybrid vehicle rebate pilot program. Thank you.
The motion before us is order passed on House Bill 1472. Are you ready for the question? A division has been called. Who requested the roll call? Representative Turcott requested a roll call. As that is sufficiently seconded, this will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Motion before us is order passed on House Bill 1472. This is going to be a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Votes for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that every ratepayer in New England, in the ISO New England territory, pays for RGGI in the cost of their electricity, and then gets some of that back via a RGGI rebate. In New Hampshire, it's about 10% of the total. And if I also know that this bill increases electricity costs in order to give rebates to EV buyers, who mostly inhabit the ranks of the well-to-do, and if I know that increased electricity costs affect low-income citizens more than all others. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that EV prices are falling right now and will soon be comparable to non-EV vehicles, thus negating the need for any incentives or rebates, would I now press the red button to say no to this reverse Robin Hood scheme? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Munns for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that New Hampshire has been and is benefiting from payments to RGGI from across the entire eastern United States, and if I know that the original purpose of RGGI was to provide states like New Hampshire with funds to make strategic investments in our energy future, and if I know that the $3 million to be invested in this program will accrue to the benefit of all New Hampshire residents and assist in that transition, and if I know that those at the lower end of the income spectrum are the ones in most need of additional incentives, and if I know that a used plug-in EV vehicle can be purchased for as low as $10,000, which is certainly affordable for people in the lower income ranges, would I now press the green button to authorize this 2-year pilot program? Thank you.
Motion before us is order passed on House Bill 1472. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. 187 voting yea, 192 voting nay. The motion fails. Representative Harrington moves inexpedient to legislate.
Mr. Speaker, I would move to table.
Motion is in order. The motion before us now is to table House Bill 1472. A division has been requested. A roll call has been requested by Representative Sweeney. It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us now is to table House Bill 1472. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will tend to state of the vote. 189 voting yea, 191 voting nay. The motion fails. We're back to the motion of inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? This is going to be good. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The motion passes. For what reason does a member rise?
Having voting on the prevailing side, I move reconsideration on HB 1472 and urge the body to vote no.
Representative Houle has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote on the reconsideration motion. The motion before us is reconsideration on House Bill 1472. This will be a roll call vote. Motion before us is to reconsider House Bill 1472. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Khan.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay to the vote. 187 voting yea, 192 voting nay. The motion fails.
Back to education.
Now, we are back to the Education Committee. The majority of the Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 1583 FNA, an act relative to per pupil cost of an opportunity for an adequate education, having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Rick Ladd for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Mike Belcher for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0620H, printed in House Record 7, pages 64 through 65. The question is, are we ready for the question on the amendment? Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. The chair recognizes Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, funding for government education keeps going up. We are amongst the highest per capita in the world. Yet results, outcomes, competency, literacy, and numeracy keep going down. Let me be the first to tell you something counterintuitive. More funding is not the solution. More funding is the problem. It's the problem because of how these funds are being spent. More and more administrative positions, more and more divisive DEI programming, turning classroom environment into a therapy session, incorporating general health care services into schools. The path forward to a genuinely adequate education requires reversing course on these trends. Cuts to these departments and staff, and returning to academics. The exorbitant funding is the problem, not the solution, because schools have demonstrated time and time again that when we fund them in excess of what is necessary to deliver an adequate education, they will use those funds on programs that are objectively harmful to their mission. As to the judiciary, some would make the argument that we have to meet them halfway here. My message is that our job here is not to kowtow to the judiciary. Our job is to secure the powers of this legislature as delegated to us by the Constitution. This is a political issue, and this is the political body where these answers should come from. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Ladd.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. About a month ago, we had these 4 bills, which they're all finance bills, dealing with the adequacy funding formula, come to education policy. And I went to leadership and said, look, if we want to do this properly, we need to have a subcommittee put together that involves folks not just from education policy. And leadership working on both sides of the aisle here, with the minority leader and the speaker, told me to develop a subcommittee that had 10 people on it, 2 from Ways and Means, 2 from Finance, and 6 from Policy. My modern math says that's 10. And of the 10, 5 Republicans and 5 Democrats. So we truly have a bipartisan recommendation that came back to the subcommittee, or back from the subcommittee to the Education Policy Committee, and forward with this amending language. We were tasked with the responsibility of looking at the formation of a funding formula that would meet the needs of the state and analyze previous funding formulas developed as far back as 2008 in the Estabrook study, in the 2018 under the Umberger study, and again in 2020 with the commission which we had to look at the foundation budget formula. We started off with this bill because this bill addresses a singular issue when we were provided it: base cost. What is the base cost per pupil in an adequate education? We know, based upon what we had in 2008, that the base cost was $3,456, 3,456. And in 2018, it became $3,336. And more recently, right now, the base cost per pupil is $4,182. So we were trying to figure out what is then the minimum average salary for a teacher here in the state of New Hampshire, because that is part of the per pupil base cost. Back in 2008, the salary of a teacher was $33,847. It's a whole lot different what I heard from the representative from Stratford here, saying it was $78,000 now as the average median income or income for a person in the state today. So we went to work and said, okay, we need to find out what the average salary is right now. We went to DOE and got a spreadsheet on every district in this state. What is the minimum salary? It varies tremendously throughout the state. You have some communities where the minimum salary is over $60,000. You have others that have $51,000 to $58,000. But then you have a few, not a few, quite a few, and I'm in one of those towns, and the people in the North Country generally are, where that salary is $31,000. Now, if you're a young person coming out of UNH, Keene, or Plymouth with a degree in teaching, and it's hard to find them now, seeing that many people are not wanting to go into the profession of teaching because there's no income there to support them in their daily life. And so those programs are putting out fewer and fewer teachers that are prepared to teach in our schools today. And our population, though, is declining. When I first got on board here in the House, we had over 210,000 students in the state, K through 12. We're down to 154,000 now. So what we have to do, we looked at that, and we determined that the average minimum salary for a teacher in this state right now is $42,560. That's the figure we used. So then we went back to the formula that's in the base cost as generated in the Estabrook study back in 2008, where you have a base cost and you have what the cost is, what we call the universal cost for K through 2 and then grades 3 through 12. We changed K through 2. We felt it should be K through 3, where the pupil-teacher ratio is 25:1. And then for grades 4 through 12, it's 30:1. Now, I know a lot of districts aren't there. The average is probably closer to 16 to 17:1. But that's not the state's decision-making. That's a local decision as to what they're doing in terms of staffing in their schools. But when we added that in the cost of a salary today, or what the average is, and also the other factors which are part of that per pupil base cost, including instruction, maintenance, transportation, instructional supplies, media services, technology services, counseling services, the cost of a principal, we found out that that base cost, the universal cost, would be $4,404. That is $222 more than what we're paying right now. And when you look at the cost over what we're paying for base costs in our adequacy formula right now, there is an increase. Of course there's going to be an increase. The increase is $34.3 million. that in terms of educational funding, which we're talking in the billions, is small stuff. But we need to start moving forward and analyzing what we're doing with our education formula in terms of adequacy. And I feel right now that we brought forward a reasonable step to move forward with adequacy funding in the state. You know there's issues going on outside now in the other branch of government. And we know that there's other sides of the formula besides base cost. On the right-hand side, the base cost is what every student in the state receives, regardless of the community wealth or poverty that they may be living in. Same thing with differentiated aid as well. But beyond that, on the grant side, that's how we make up or try to make up the differences with how we work with those small school districts or those districts which are poverty-laden that have significant challenges, economy of scale. So we've also included within this package here funds to support those school districts. And that is a grant program, and you can see that in the report there, one of those programs is based off of poverty, and for those schools that have up to 48% or more poverty in the school, i.e. Manchester, i.e. Berlin, and those down to 12% will receive support for those schools. Things are changing in education today. And yes, I know there's areas that I've dealt with in the Education Policy Committee, which I'm not pleased with hearing what's going on. But I can tell you, I've been in a number of classrooms in a number of schools. The majority, the vast majority of the educators out there truly want to help the children. And they want to get these basic skills into the kids. But we're also dealing with numerous issues in the state which we have to deal with. One of them which is, if you're in Manchester right now, they have a social worker in all their schools. They have to have that due to the situation, the social skills kids are arriving with. So in conclusion, I'll wrap it up. I know we have other bills coming at us that are dealing with this issue. This part of our plan here to move forward, we need to get it to finance where they can work the figures out. We have data to show and reflect why we have recommended what we are. So I'd be pleased to work with them, but I urge this body to forward this bill to the finance folks, Division 2, so we can move forward. Thank you very much.
Representative Granger has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It's not sufficiently seconded. The question before us is the majority committee report of order pass as amended on House Bill 1583. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. This will be a division vote. The motion before us, majority committee report of order pass as amended in House Bill 1583. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Belcher for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that New Hampshire currently funds schools to $20,000 in excess dollars per student on average, if I know that this is a $130 million spending bill, and if I know that I don't know that any of this money will go toward foundational academics if we pass it, would I now press the red button? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Luno for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know the state school funding formula is unfair to students and property taxpayers, and if I know that this bill helps districts reduce property taxes and provide better opportunities for students, then would I press the green button to vote for the motion of ought to pass as amended? Thank you.
The motion before us is Majority Committee Report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1583. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative McKenzie. Representative Edwards.
If all members present had opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay the vote. 228 voting yea, 150 voting nay. Committee report is adopted, and it is on its way to finance. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a reminder, if you have not voted, when I call your name, please give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down. The buttons will not work because the station is locked. So a thumbs up or thumbs down if you are unfortunate enough to have your name called. Thank you.
Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 1656F and local, an act relative to increasing the adequacy grant for pupils receiving special education services. Consider the same, report the same, with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Rick Ladd for the committee. The amendment is 0603H, printed in House Record 7, page 90 and 91. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question before us now is ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 1656 FN local. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Aye. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. It's on its way to finance. Majority Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 1675 FNA local. Act relative to adjusting education adequacy grants based on pupil proficiency. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Glenn Cordelli from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Alicia Leakes for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Alicia Leakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Half of all students are not proficient in English language arts. 60% are not proficient in math. 70% are not proficient in science. When we bring forth bills to try to fix this, you have parents, you have students showing up, and they talk about outcomes and special ed services and bullying. The other side, the government education side, talks about money, 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 and money. So the point of this bill was to try to speak that language, money. So the idea is we want proficiency. We want good outcomes. So the idea is you get your money when we get our proficiency. We will pay for that. Schools, every year we give more money to the schools. And yet we haven't seen good outcomes. Why is that? Perhaps schools aren't focusing on what they need to be focusing on. I'll use as an example Governor Wentworth Regional School District. They recently did a whole retreat and everything to try to figure out what they needed to be focusing on and to come up with a plan of attack. Number 1, student wellness. Number 2, culture of wellness. Number 3, family and community communication and engagement. And finally, number 4, academic achievement. So those first ones they're going to start working on right now. Finally, in 26 and 27, they're going to start working on academics. You look at what schools are spending their money on, as you heard before. We have DEI, SEL, wellness administrators. They make twice as much money as the teachers do. How about if we don't hire them? How about if we give more money to the teachers? How about if we hire math specialists and reading specialists instead? Teachers work hard, but they work in a way that isn't working because they have to pay attention to what those administrators are telling them to do. They're not looking at what the science is for reading. No, they're teaching an outdated method that is actually harmful to learning. They use calculators for elementary schools instead of teaching kids multiplication tables. And then they wonder when they have to do factoring for algebra why they fail. There are a host of issues. I'm not going to take that time. I'm just going to say, let's pay for what we want. Let's pay for proficiency. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the majority report states, this is a well-intentioned bill, but it misses the mark. The sponsor wants to link funding to proficiency scores in hopes of providing a financial incentive to increase proficiency levels. Beginning in the school year 2026, districts would get 100% of their per pupil amount for the prior year, but only 75% of funding for each student below proficiency. So, for example, if half the students in one or all of subject areas are not proficient, then half the students would be funded at just 75% of the normal amount, or in effect, a 25% reduction in aid. That percentage would continue to decrease over the next 2 years, 75% dropping to 25%. So in that third year, for a student not proficient, the district will only get 25% of their normal funding. The net result will be decreasing funding for all districts because no district, and I wish it would be the opposite, but no district will be at 100% proficiency. And who will get hurt by this? The students we are trying to help. In the past, we have tried a different approach. We tried incentive grants, something in the opinion of many of us on the committee, something that we should explore further. And there are states that are actually building incentive grants into their adequacy formula for schools and students that are showing growth, showing academic increases. I think that's the way we should go rather than penalizing districts. I want to thank the sponsor for at least bringing attention to our proficiency rates and the need for improvement, but we need to find a different path than provided in this bill. Thank you.
Motion before us is Majority Committee Report of Inexpedient to Legislate on House Bill 1675. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted.
Representative Ladd.
Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 1686 FN, relative to requiring excess revenues raised through the statewide education property tax to be remitted to the Education Trust Fund and prohibiting the Department of Revenue Administration from setting negative local and county tax rates on real property. Chair recognizes Representative Ladd for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to table 1686, please.
The motion is to table House Bill 1686. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. House will be in order. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1686. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Ladd for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If I know there are similar bills, swept bills, such as this, at least 3 in Ways and Means as to speak right now, and if I know it's timely for us to not deal with that today, to wait till those reports come back from Ways and Means, would I then press the green button?
Chair recognizes Representative Luna for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill affects all of our constituents, and if I know that this bill is timely, serious, and deserves to be debated today, then would I press the red button so that we can get on with the debate? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 1686. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. While members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 193 voting yea, 181 voting nay. Tabling motion passes. For what reason did the member rise?
Make a motion.
State your motion.
Request the printing of the remarks of HB 1288.
Without objection. Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 1426 FNA relative to establishing an Advisory Redistricting Commission. It comes without recommendation. Representative Lane moves ought to pass. The amendment is 0513H, printed in House Record 7, page 53. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. We're now on ought to pass as amended. The chair recognizes Representative Berry. For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion,
State your motion.
move indefinitely postpone.
So, the motion is in order now because the amendment is passed, so it can come up.
Okay, that is a legitimate motion. So the motion before us now is indefinitely postponed 1426. Are you ready for the question? Division has been requested. Senator Wheeler requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. It'll be a roll call vote. The motion before us is indefinite House will be in order. Indefinitely postpone House Bill 1426. Chair recognizes Representative Berry for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill as presented would violate our constitutionally mandated duty to handle our own redistricting process, would I now press the green button to side with the stance of the New Hampshire State Constitution?
Chair recognizes Representative Wilhelm for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that in 2021, the New Hampshire Legislature's redistricting committees held hearings in each county but the actual drawing of the maps were still conducted behind closed doors. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the Redistricting Commission created in House Bill 1426 is advisory only, and that the legislature would still need to approve the proposed maps, thereby ensuring the bill's constitutionality, then would I now push the red button so that another motion can be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is indefinitely postpone House Bill 1426. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Maria Perez. Representative Levesque. All set, sir.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. 192 voting yea, 186 voting nay. Definite postponement passes.
The Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 1577 FN, relative to digital images of ballots, comes to us without recommendation. Representative Wary moves ought to pass and offers Amendment 0598H, printed on House Record 7 on pages 63 to 64. Questions on the amendment? Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Okay. Sounds like the ayes have it and the amendment's adopted. The motion is now ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1577. Representative Lane is recognized to speak against the motion.
I think I'm speaking for the motion, ought to pass. Oh no, sorry, wrong bill. Okay, that was the last bill. Okay.
You all right?
I think everybody over here kind of went, oh my God. All right. So this bill would allow an unlimited number of citizens to inspect ballots for a period of 4 months after an election under the supervision of the Secretary of State. It allows independent groups to carry out their unofficial recounts and tests of voting machines, and will allow access to digital copies of the ballots. Because such independent audits will not follow any regular procedure, their errant and unreliable results will erode confidence in elections, not increase it. Passing this bill gives credence to the view that our elections are rigged and fraudulent. It perpetuates the myth that the 2020 New Hampshire elections were unreliable. Our governor, our Secretary of State, and the Special Committee on Voter Confidence have all recently expressed confidence in the security and lack of widespread fraud in New Hampshire elections. The committee found that most voters have confidence in our elections. New Hampshire elections are accurate and ballot counting devices are reliable. In short, this bill is not necessary. And let me remind you that virtually all errors that are found in recounts are due to human errors and not machine errors. There are plenty of measures already in place in our law to safeguard against errors in our vote counting machines. Each voting device is tested before each election. Each moderator must reconcile the votes before leaving the polling location. We have multiple recounts of state rep and state senate races each election cycle that will uncover any issues, widespread issues, with the machines in multiple districts. We enacted a new law in 2022 that adopted even more protective measures. For general election recounts of state rep races, the Secretary of State must also conduct an audit of the votes cast on those ballots for President, U.S. State Senate, United States House of Representatives, or Governor, and the Secretary of State picks those at random. The SOS must conduct such audit using the ballots for 10 of the state representative races to be recounted. These recounts are open to public viewing. I went up and watched some, and I think I was one of maybe 10 people that went up there to look. They're open, they're in addition to the recounts, so there's another way to verify. The Secretary of State must conduct a full recount of any race where there is a discrepancy of greater than 1% from the election results reported to the Secretary of State. Also, the ballot counting devices are not connected to the internet, so they can't be hacked. This bill will also create an enormous administrative burden on the Secretary of State, resulting in significant new costs that the bill does not fund. For all these reasons, I ask that we vote against OTPA so that a different motion can be brought, and I ask for a division vote, please.
Representative Berry is recognized to speak in support of the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So earlier today, we adopted measures that would allow for the introduction of the new voting machines. And I'm not here to rehash that, but one of the things that is cool about the new voting machines is they use digital imaging versus OCR technology. So in the future, we will be able to store digital images of the ballot, and after the election is certified, done, and settled, we will have the ability to upload those, and people can go and do their own citizen audits, they can do their own recounts, and the technology will exist that you will actually be able to see how the machine counted the ballot. There's further things that are not in this bill that we could do that are actually really cool. In the future, you might be able to look at your ballot, and no one would know it's your ballot. No one would know. Only you would know. But you'll be able to see how the machine counted your ballot. We have to do these things. We have to start having this conversation now. I do appreciate the ranking member from the other side talking about Granite Staters having faith in the elections. She's right. Voter confidence in the election in a UNH survey that came out yesterday was at an all-time high. Unfortunately, there's still 23 to 25% of the voters who have questions. And we need to get that number as low as possible. The machines are not going anywhere, but let's make them as transparent as possible so that people can have confidence. And that's why I urge the body to vote green ought to pass.
The question before the House is a motion of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1577. Representative Sweeney requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? That is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. questions on the motion of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1577, and this is a roll call vote. Representative Hamer is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know this bill is before its time, and if I know new ballot counting machines are coming in the near future, and if I know access to digital ballots would be provided with the new ballot counting machines coming in the near future, then I would vote against this bill at this time. Vote red. Thank you.
Representative Ware is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable members of the House, if I know that one aspect of voter confidence relies on the ability of the voters to verify an election machine's accuracy and reliability, if I know that this bill allows a voter to verify that the submitted ballot has been interpreted accurately and correctly, and if I know that the verification process would be done with transparency under the supervision of the Secretary of State's office, and finally, if I know that the provisions of this bill would protect the original ballots and the machine election reports, would I press the green button?
The questions on the motion of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1577, and this is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 193 in the affirmative, 182 in the negative. The motion is adopted. House Bill 1577 is referred to the Committee on Finance. The Committee on Environment and Agriculture, to which was referred House Bill 1184 F&A, relative to making an appropriation to the Organic Certification Program, comes to us without recommendation. Representative Bixby moves ought to pass. Representative Comtois is recognized to speak against the motion.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker and honorable colleagues. The New Hampshire Organic Certification Program has been in effect for over 30 years. We are only one of only 12 states that have this type of program. Unfortunately, it is not sustainable. The cost of this program is close to $250,000 per year. We have over 4,000 farms in the state of New Hampshire. Of those, 110 are organically certified. And of those 110, only 58 are certified through this program. The program is funded through the end of this year. It's not going to harm them for this growing season. But we also know that there are several options available to these farms. In fact, there are over 7 companies currently certifying the other 52 organic crop farms in New Hampshire. Is there an increased cost? Yes. But the cost will increase under the Department of Agriculture next year too, because through the Department of Agriculture there has not been an increase in over 30 years since the program began. These farms have the ability to have the fees offset through USDA programs and get reimbursed up to 75% of the cost of an organic certification, up to a maximum amount of $750. I understand that change is difficult. But the agricultural community is constantly changing, no matter what type of farm you have. We in agriculture are in a constant flux, whether we want to be or not. Agriculture is part of New Hampshire's roots, and I value those roots immensely. It is not easy to end a program, but knowing there are several other options available, that those costs can be offset again through the USDA certification program with grants of up to 75% is the good news. Extending this program for 2 or 3 years will not change the outcome, and the cost of these farms through the New Hampshire certification program could be over $3,500 per year, which is not sustainable. It is almost triple what they would pay through a private program, and that is before reimbursement. And Mr. Speaker, I would ask the body to vote red on the OTP motion, and I would ask for a division vote, please.
Representative Bixby is recognized to speak in support of the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of HB 1184 is to strengthen the well-regarded organic certification program in the Department of Agriculture, Markets and Food, sometimes known as DAMF. The idea of organic agriculture goes back to the first half of the 20th century, when it was developed as a way to build soil health, which would in turn provide crops the nutrients they need for strong growth. Organic agriculture developed a core set of cultural practices, such as using compost to boost soil organic matter, encouraging soil organisms that make nutrients in organic matter more available to plants, and avoiding chemical fertilizers and pesticides that can harm soil organisms. In the 1970s and 80s, organic agriculture moved from being a tiny niche to being a more highly valued market for its healthy growing methods. Seeking higher profits, some producers claimed to be organic while not actually following organic practices. In order to maintain the integrity of the organic label, organic farming groups started certification programs. NOFA New Hampshire started such a program in the mid-1980s. The commissioner of DAMF at the time, Steve Taylor, recognized that NOFA needed assistance in managing the program and offered to take it over in 1987. In the 1990s, the USDA developed uniform national standards for organic labeling, which went into effect in the early 2000s. DAMF became an accredited certifying agent under the USDA National Organic Program at that point. The certification program was run under the Division of Regulatory Services, with costs partially offset by fees. For the past 2 decades, the department has provided USDA organic certification for New Hampshire's organic farmers and has earned their trust and their respect. Over that period of time, requirements under the National Organic Program have become more complicated, which has put increasing demand on the department time. HB 1184 provides 1.5 dedicated organic certification positions for the department to make sure they will be able to provide the same quality of services that has earned them their strong reputation. Last fall, I had the privilege to sit in on a couple of listening sessions NOFA New Hampshire and the department held with organic farmers to get input on how certification should go forward in New Hampshire. I was struck by the high praise the department got from the farmers, who talked about how easy the department was to work with and how responsive and helpful they are. It was impressive to see how the department had earned the farmers' trust. This was echoed in the Farm Bureau's letter of support for the bill. DAMF has a long history as a certifying agency and a tremendously valued service provided to the state's farmers. One benefit overriding all other benefits is the agency's support through providing organic certification services of local agriculture. Over the last few decades, we have seen a decline in New Hampshire's large dairy farms, which have been handicapped by low pricing put in place by the federal government. But we have seen an increase in small diversified organic farms that maintain close connections to their customers. We need to continue to foster these farms by supporting the department's organic certification program. And Mr. Speaker, I request a division vote. Thank you.
The question before the House is the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 1184. Representative Comtois requested a division vote. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The question's on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 1184, and this is a division vote. Representative Smart's recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know New Hampshire has a total of 4,000 farms, 110 of those are certified organic crops, and out of that 110, only 58 of them are certified by the New Hampshire Department of Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, if I also know that this bill will cost nearly $250,000 annually while never being sustainable, according to the Department of Agriculture. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know there are already 7 other programs in the state to certify our organic farmers and offset their costs, please push the red button to oppose OTPA so another motion can be made.
Representative Wolf is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the Department of Agriculture has been certifying organic agriculture since 1987, but in the last 20 years has failed to increase the fees, and if I know that large farms are on the decline and are being replaced by smaller organic farms, and if I know that the consumer is demanding organic products that are presently being certified by New Hampshire Department of Agriculture rather than an out-of-state organization, and if I know that I want to approve future funding so that our organic farmers can continue to provide the food that our citizens want, and further, if I want to see the fees reset, would I then press the green button so that this motion can pass? Thank you.
The question's on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 1184, and this is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. If you're opposed, press the red. He's got a long way to go. And voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Golden, Representative Nutting Wong. Representative Coker.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 185 in the affirmative, 187 in the negative. The motion fails. Representative Aaron moves ITL. Am I right?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I move ITL on this bill.
Representative Aaron moves in expedient to legislate on House Bill 1184. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it by a margin of...
Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker?
For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move reconsideration on this.
Representative Aaron moves reconsideration on House Bill 1180, what was it?
1184 on HB 1184.
Representative Aaron moves reconsideration on House Bill 1184. Representative Bixby asked for a division. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats.
May I tell people to vote no?
The question is whether to reconsider the previous vote on House Bill 1184, and this is a division vote. If you're in favor of reconsideration, press the green button. If you're opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Perez. Representative Jeffrey Smith.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 182 in the affirmative, 193 in the negative. Reconsideration fails. Yeah. The majority of the Committee on Environment and Agriculture, to which was referred House Bill 1630 FN, an act relative to extended producer responsibility, having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Judy Aaron for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Representative Sherry Dutsey for the minority of the committee. The question is on the majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate. Representative Hermana is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You saved me the work of saying that I'm up here to speak against the committee report. I can imagine that many of you, like me, spend a lot of hours looking through the state solid waste management report and savoring all of the details. When you do that, you wouldn't fail to see a triangle in the first few pages of that text that shows our solid waste management plan and what our strategy is supposed to be. At the very top of that triangle, what we're supposed to be doing first and foremost is reducing the amount of waste that we're producing in the state. At the bottom of that is landfilling. Landfilling should be the last thing that we're doing with the natural resources of our state. And yet, if you take a look at that report, you'll see that that triangle is upside down. The fact of the matter is, we use landfill first and foremost, and more often than we're using the other vital elements of our solid waste reduction strategy. Our efforts at reduction so far have proven, unfortunately, to be inadequate, to say the least. Our goal, as stated in the 1990 Solid Waste Reduction Plan, was to reduce our waste by 45% by the year 2050. Current projections have us missing that mark by more than 50% by the middle of this century. 1/3 of the waste that we continue to put into our landfills comes from packaging. This bill would establish an extended producer responsibility program. The bill is definitely complicated because the problem is complicated. It's multifaceted. The subject needs more study. And so what I am here to do today, Mr. Speaker, is to ask my colleagues to vote against the ITL motion so that we can send this to an interim study committee where we can start to look at specific pieces of EPR. Taken as a whole, it is enormous, it is complicated, it is difficult, but we can start to make progress in the direction of our stated solid waste management goals if we start to take it apart one piece at a time. And an interim study would allow us to take a more concentrated approach to the problem. The key word, I think, in this phrase, extended producer responsibility, is responsibility. Each and every one of us as individuals has responsibility. The kind of unspoken very top of that triangle that I referred to earlier is actually refuse. That is, that each of us has a responsibility, I would argue, to refuse to contribute to the waste production, to find ways not to consume things that are going to have to end up in our waste management system. That's the very first thing that we can do, and each of us has a responsibility to do that. This legislative body, which looks at, studies, and approves the goals set in that solid waste management plan, we have a responsibility to the constituents who sent us here to get at least a lot closer to the target that we promised them that we would hit in 1990, and we are more than 50% off from hitting by the year 2050. But producers also have a some effort on the part of some producers to reduce the packaging, but the fact that we are still looking at a third of what's going into our landfill coming from packaging, and we all know it, we all see it, whenever you order from a company and you get the packaging, you can see how much wastefulness there is. And you can project that across the citizens of the Granite State and get some idea of what it is that we're putting in our landfills. We have to acknowledge our responsibility, but we also have to expect the producers to live up to their responsibility. And so, Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues in the House, please vote against the ITL motion so that we can move ahead with an interim study which will allow us to take a big problem, a complicated problem, and to look at it in more discrete parts so that we can take a step in the direction of living up to our responsibility of a legislative body to serve the interests of the people who sent us here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for a division vote.
Representative Aaron's recognized to speak in support of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dear friends and colleagues, HB 1630 would establish an extended producer responsibility program in New Hampshire. While we all recognize that improved recycling is important, as is keeping toxic substances out of our landfills, the truth is this bill is too broad and that EPR legislation should be enacted carefully and in a more targeted piece. This legislature is already working on diverting food waste and hazardous materials from our landfills. We've had 17 landfill bills in my committee, and we're studying ways to accomplish our waste reduction goals. This bill had many concerning provisions, and it would also cost our taxpayers between $1 million and $1,624,000 a year to administer. This bill sets up a huge state bureaucracy with great reliance on the Department of Environmental Services for administration, as well as establishing a packaging reduction organization. There's absolutely no guarantee that the proposals in this bill will accomplish the goals it sets forth, and it also establishes unattainable standards. It will also have significant impact to consumers in our state by banning specific critical products from being used or sold in New Hampshire. Other states, like Maine, have embarked on this type of extensive EPR program, and they have encountered many problems in its implementation, which, after a lot of time and taxpayer money invested, is still not functional. In New Hampshire, we are already looking at managing and reducing solid waste going into our landfills and through other pieces of legislation. Additionally, our legislature's Solid Waste Working Group is seeking ways to accomplish waste reduction through suggested legislation as it works with legislators, stakeholders, waste haulers, and state regulators. So please join me in pressing the green button to ITL this costly and unnecessary bill. Thank you.
The questions on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1630, FN. Hey, does a member yield for a question?
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Given that the vast majority of consumer products consumed in New Hampshire are in fact produced out of state and produced on a national scale for all 50 states, would it be appropriate to say that an ERP program really is a state tax on packaging that gets applied to the business that produces the goods, but yet gets downshifted onto consumer goods costs of the consumer?
Yes, you can consider it that way.
Follow up if I could.
Does the member yield for another question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for taking my question. Given that the vast majority of consumer products are made on a national scale, wouldn't an EPR program be more appropriate at the federal level? Shouldn't it be a federal responsibility instead of each state setting up their own fiefdoms that then companies have to navigate 50 different sets of rules?
Well, with regard to packaging and labeling and that kind of thing, it seems to make sense that some of that would have to be accomplished through federal legislation. And yeah, there's a possibility of 50 different states coming up with 50 different kinds of plans could complicate a lot of things. Thank you.
The questions on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1630. And this is a division vote. Members, take your seats. The questions on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1630. This is a division vote. Representative Knabb is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the minority of the committee is in support of an interim study of this issue, not the underlying EPR bill and its related expenses, and I also know that extended producer responsibility is an important means of reducing our dependency on landfills, reducing the toxins in our waste stream, and decreasing the substantial expenses our towns face in tipping fees and deserve serious study, would I then press the red button so that another, better motion can be made? Thank you.
Representative Davis is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know this bill, though well-intended, would cost the state between $1 million to approximately $1,600,000 annually to administer, and Mr. Speaker, if I know this, there is no guarantee that the proposals in this bill will accomplish the goals set forth in that it sets up unattainable standards. And, Mr. Speaker, lastly, if I also know that other states like Maine have embarked on extensive EPR programs like this one and have encountered many problems in its implementation, and after a lot of time and money invested, is still not functional, then, Mr. Speaker, would I press the green button to ITL this bill? Thank you.
The question is on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1630. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 199 in the affirmative, 176 in the negative. The committee report's adopted. Might as well stay in your seats. There's no debate on this one. The majority of the Committee on Environment and Agriculture, to which was referred House Bill 1680 FN, an act relative to prohibiting the sale of dogs and cats by retail pet shops. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Kelly Potenza for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Sherry Dussey for the minority of the committee. Representative Bixby requests a division vote. This will be a division. Oh, look at that. Representative Granger requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1680. Representative Dussey is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I believe that there is no silver bullet to the problem with out-of-state puppy mills, but that HB 1680 is a good start, and if I believe that HB 1680 respects New Hampshire's tradition of supporting businesses by grandfathering the 5 pet stores currently selling dogs and cats until their business is finally sold, and if I know that animal ownership requires commitment, that it is time to move to stop the emotional marketing of dogs and cats to children, would I now press the red button so another motion can be made? Thank you.
Representative Potenza is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know the focus of legislation should not be attacking or banning pet retail stores in New Hampshire, but rather regulating the sourcing of these animals for resale, and if I know the biggest concerns we heard from the public were a potential sourcing problem, puppy mills, not a pet store problem, and if I know that this bill punishes all versus gets to the heart of the issue people were most upset with, and if I further know that passing this bill would eliminate future private businesses that are fully regulated and are required to follow all state and pet health certificate laws, then, Mr. Speaker, would I then press the green button to ITL this legislation? Thank you.
The questions on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1680 FN. If you're in favor, press the green button. If you're opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Richards. Representative Tripp.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 260 in the affirmative, 117 in the negative. The committee report's adopted. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 1307 FN, an act providing a supplemental appropriation for members of the retirement system receiving an accidental disability retirement allowance. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Fred Davis for the committee. The question is on Amendment 0510H, printed in House Record 7 on page 50. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment's adopted. The question is now on the majority report of ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the report's adopted. And it is referred to the Committee on Finance. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 1394 F&A, relative to licensure and regulation of music therapists and making an appropriation therefore, comes to us without recommendation. Representative Gould moves ought to pass and offers Amendment 0399H, which is printed in House Record 7 on pages 51 through 53. The question is on adoption of the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the amendment's adopted. Now the question is on the motion of ought to pass with amendment. Representative McGuire is recognized to speak against the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You may all remember this from last year or the year before or possibly 5 years ago. We've heard it before. And what was notable about the testimony and the discussion this year is that the music therapists did not say we need to have a license so that we can set minimum standards and keep unqualified people from practicing in the state. They also did not say we need to have a license so we will have a way to discipline misbehaving or incompetent practitioners. It's to protect public safety. No, they didn't mention that. The reason they want a license is that their customers don't want to pay full price for their services, so that they want to have a license so they can bill Medicaid, they can bill Medicare, they can bill the VA, and they can bill private insurers for their services. That's the only reason they brought forward this legislation. And I don't think it's an appropriate use of state authority and licensing, which is intended to protect the public safety, to bring it in so that the practitioners have a more convenient way to get reimbursed. Please vote against ought to pass.
Representative Gould is recognized to speak in support of the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill establishes the licensure and regulation of music therapists under the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification. The committee heard a lot of testimony about the value this service offers residents, most notably our veterans. We heard a lot of detail about the fact that this is a science and that when applied inappropriately by people who have not been trained properly, it in fact is harmful. It's not just enjoying music lightly. So licensure is an important part of it. Without licensing, clients cannot use their insurance to pay for a service that notably improves their well-being, and it's especially important to our veterans. A similar bill passed this House last year. Some changes found enough support to clear on the other side of the wall, too. It stalled in committee of conference. We believe this amended bill will make it through the general court into law. Please join us by pressing the green button for OTP with the amendment. Thank you.
The question is on the motion of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1394. Representative Granger requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? That is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The question is on the motion of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1394, and this is a roll call vote. Representative Simons recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that music therapists have been practicing music therapy safely and effectively in the state of New Hampshire for years, and if I know that the purpose of licensure is to protect the public from harm, and furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if I know the misuse of licensure in HB 1394, even if with good intentions, will create unjustifiable bureaucratic oversight, force practitioners to pay unnecessary fees and file burdensome forms, and will unfairly forbid them from practicing unless they comply, would I then press the red button so that a better motion can be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Grote is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the House passed this bill last year, as did the Senate, but in an unfortunate circumstance in the Committee of Conference, the House support was not honored. And if I want to send a message to the House, from the House, that we support this bill, and we support not only public safety, but the reputation and the workmanship of these professionals, please vote yes on auto pass. Thank you.
The question is on the motion of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1394, and this is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Perez.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 194 in the affirmative, 186. The motion is adopted. And 1394 is referred to the Committee on Finance.
Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 1466 FN, Act relative to providing disaster relief funding to municipalities after a natural disaster. Considered the same, report the same with the following amendment, and the recommendation of the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Carol McGuire for the committee. The amendment is 0528H, printed in House Record 7, page 56. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted, and it's going to finance. Committee on Executive Departments Administration, to which was referred House Bill 1647 FNA, an act relative to the calculation of Group 2 retirement benefits in the retirement system. Considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation of the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Carol McGuire for the committee. Amendment is 0326H, printed in House Record 7, pages 86 through 87. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted, and it's on its way to finance. Majority of the Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 1689 FN, an act relative to the use of personal identifying information by state agencies. Considered the same, report the same with a recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Senator J.C. Grody for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Matthew, Senator DeTosto for the minority of the committee. The motion before us now is the committee report of referred to for interim study. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Aye. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 1303 FN, act relative to the estate of Tedeschi Burhana. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Lucy Weber for the committee. The amendment is 0548H, printed in House Record 7, pages 50. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted, and it's going to Ways and Means. Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 1593 FN, act relative to funding for developmental services community integration. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Erica Leon for the committee. The amendment is 0709H, printed in House Record 7, page 65. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted, and it's on its way to finance. Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 1669 FN, act relative to redistricting data sharing through the state immunization registry. Considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Gary Merchant for the committee. The amendment is 0619H, printed in House Record 7, page 91. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted, and it's on its way to finance. House be in order. Committee on Labor, Industrial, and Rehabilitative Services, to which it's referred House Bill 1178 FN relative to employees' unused earned time. Senator Michael Cahill moves ought to pass and offers floor amendment 0783H. It's in your seat pockets. Chair recognizes Representative Valentine to speak against the committee amendment. That we're on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hey, I don't want everyone to leave. We have a lot of real fun stuff coming up here in the Labor Committee. So, you know. Hello?
The House will be in order. The member has a right to speak.
I don't want everyone to go out in the anteroom because you're going to miss all kinds of fun stuff coming up for Labor Committee. So, I rise in opposition to the amendment being proposed. A bill, this type of legislation has been in front of us at least 6 or 7 times in the last 10 years. I've tried to work with my fellow Labor Committee members, and we're close to having an agreement, but we're not quite there yet. One of the problems with this amendment, if you want to look, the fourth paragraph down, Roman numeral 5A. I was okay with the sentence about providing these benefits for employees when an employee business closes or it changes ownership. But the next sentence is something I just can't live with. With no reasonable assurances, you're unemployed for no reasonable assurances of employee being returned to work. When we make these laws, these are laws that need to be interpreted by the Department of Labor and then hearings officers. Reasonable assurances is like, you know, it's not something we should be doing in the legislature. It's something that's so vague. The thing about New Hampshire is that, and like most states, no business is the same. And we're trying to put everything into one simple package here when every business is not one simple package. CPAs, for instance, they tell their employees, you can't take any time off between January and April 15th. A lot of people in the hospitality industry, the same thing around the Thanksgiving to the Christmas holiday. There's one company in Manchester that makes chocolates. I'm sure you all know them. They closed down for the entire month of June to retool their factory. What if you're lay asphalt for a living? Well, you know, basically from December till March, you're not going to have any work. So we're trying to put all of these things into one package, and you just can't. And reasonable assurance really doesn't help. It doesn't give the Department of Labor what they need. So I would ask that you vote down this amendment, and I'm going to ask for a roll call, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Michael Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my good friend, Mr. Infantine, for raising some of the points that he did, because this amendment is based largely on this idea that there are no one simple solution, no blanket rules. In fact, the language that he's referenced to, changed ownership or because their employment ended with no reasonable assurance of the employee being able to return to said employer, that's because of the people working out there paving roads. That was brought to my attention by a lobbyist who represents that industry. And because you can't just say lay off, because they intend to come back to that job. And that's why they have an assurance that they're coming back when the season permits. It's not going to be a certain date because our weather is kind of mishigas right now. But that's why that phrase is there. And I got that language from the gentleman in OLS who happens to have recently worked as a wage claim officer. So this language is subject to interpretation, but fairly easy to interpret. If my employer says, I'll see you see you in the spring, that means I have a reasonable assumption that I'm coming back, and I have the option of having the vacation stay there or perhaps be paid off if that's what the people want to do. Now, I'm not even sure if paving contractors offer vacation because they want people out there paving every day they can. But anyway, we're not just talking about paving operators, we're talking about all kinds of jobs, all kinds of employers. And there may be people who shut down for 2 weeks and everybody gets the same vacation. That's fine, no problem here. But perhaps looking back at your own work history, maybe you've been in that situation where they say, we're having a meeting. And whether or not the company is sold, if the company was sold, you would think you probably had the opportunity to continue on with the new owner because you knew the job, you were doing the job well, and the new owner wanted to keep trained people. That's probably what happened in most cases. Or your vacation that you had earned, that maybe accrued or given all front-loaded, was paid to you. It didn't disappear from that final paycheck. So we agree, Mr. Representative Infantine and I, the previous speaker, agree that when the company closes or changes ownership, you certainly should pay your help because they had nothing to do with this. They're not at fault. They're not fired. And that's the right thing to do. That's what happens often. But it doesn't have to happen because in New Hampshire, the employer can just say in their policy that upon termination, vacation isn't paid. And it doesn't matter if you were the employee of the month for 3 straight months, you worked there for 6 years, it doesn't matter. That's the policy. If you file a wage claim, you will lose. And again, I have examples, I've cited this before. In my community, an assisted living center changed hands, and the owner had that policy. So the 5 people that bothered to file wage claims, that took it upon themselves to think, well, this can't be right, this isn't fair, they lost combined $22.61 and 44 cents, all stayed in the owner's pocket. No adjustment was made to allow them to continue. They did continue with the new employer, but what was missing was this $2,200. Now ask yourself if that's what you would do if it was your company, or if that's what you would want to have happen if it was your employer. Another case, a person was working for a company, I think it was 7 years, and all of a sudden there was a layoff. And because she had several weeks of vacation accrued, but she lost like $2,300 because she had no notice and therefore was not able to request the vacation with 2 weeks advance notice. Now that's a catch-22. You can't win. You lose because you can't do the other that's required. And the employer gave no opportunity to do that. So you have people who are going to work with the idea that what they're told is you have this vacation, whether it's accrued or front-loaded, and you have it. It's yours. You're earning it. It's so much accrued per week. It's yours. And then all of a sudden, something happens beyond your control. You weren't fired, but now your job is over, or you're coming back. That's another situation. You can work that out with your employer. But in this situation, where the employer says, "I'm not paying you because I don't have to," I don't think we want to have that in New Hampshire, and I'd ask you to approve the amendment and then approve the bill so that we can stop doing this every year. Thank you.
Representative Infantine has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Members will be in their seats. The motion, House will be in order. The motion before us is the Cahill Floor Amendment 0783H. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Infantine for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you know as I do that the term reasonable assurances is vague and up to various interpretations, if you know that this law, this amendment tries to preempt businesses' employee manuals, which is not something I think our legislature should do. Also, Mr. Speaker, if I feel that this bill and this amendment are not ready, and I know they will have reasonable assurances they probably will not pass the other side of the wall, would I vote no on this amendment?
Chair recognizes Representative Cahill for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this legislation, similar legislation, has passed this body several times over the recommendation of the committee, and that I have made a substantial change from the last time and received a neutral from people, from the stakeholders who had previously opposed it. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that whether you've lost your job through a layoff, the business being sold, or a change of ownership, you should not forfeit that which you've earned, which is your earned time. Would I now vote green? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the Cahill Floor Amendment 0783H. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. 199 voting yea, 179 voting nay. The floor amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. A division has been requested for clarification only. Only members that are in the chamber at this point can vote. The motion before us is ought to pass as amended. This is a clarification vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Bolton. Representative Bolton.
If all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay the vote. 198 voting yea, 180 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. And it's going to Finance. Committee on Labor, Industrial, and Real Data Services, to which is referred House Bill 1322 FN relative to the state minimum hourly rate, comes without recommended. Representative Staub moves ought to pass. Chair recognizes Representative Infantine.
Yes.
Hey, well, that was fun. Let's keep going it. This bill proposes to increase the minimum wage from up to $17 an hour by 2029. So I did some research. We all drive through and we see advertisements that said, say X dollars per hour. So I looked at three kind of starting type jobs: McDonald's, Hannaford, supermarkets, and Dunkin' Donuts. And I looked on their State of the New Hampshire webpage to see all the jobs that are open for each one of these positions. I didn't see a starting wage lower than $16 an hour at McDonald's. Hannaford is between $15 and $22 for baggage and checkout clerks. Dunkin's the lowest at between $13 and $18. So I would suggest that the New Hampshire employers are already doing this themselves. They know what they need to do to hire employees. New Hampshire does a lot of things that other states, doesn't do a lot of things other states do. We don't have a bottle bill. Why? Because we recycle ourselves. We don't have a mandatory insurance law, but more people in New Hampshire have insurance than in states where it's mandatory. Employers know what they have to do to get employees. The second part of the bill that is disconcerting to me has to do with this bill will increase every year with a New England Consumer Price Index. Nothing for negative inflation, but just for, on a positive scale, positive inflation. I've always believed, I was taught this a long time ago. I've been hanging around these halls for almost 20 years now. When I was a young buck, someone told me, we don't shy away from our responsibilities to vote on things. We don't let things just happen every year automatically. I don't think we should be passing something where increases happen automatically. I don't like it when the United States Congress walks around and gets a raise every year and says, oh, well, we didn't vote for it, it was automatic. In New Hampshire, we vote. So I would appreciate, I would like a roll call, Mr. Speaker, but I'm asking my colleagues to vote against this bill.
Chair recognizes Representative Staub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the ought-to-pass motion on House Bill 1322. This bill would gradually raise New Hampshire's minimum wage, beginning with an increase to $9.50, followed by modest yearly increases until it reaches $17 an hour in 2029. And then after that, increases yearly based on the CPI, which is what the states of Vermont and Maine do. Why $17, you might ask? The MIT Living Wage Calculator estimates that $17.23 an hour is what a single person needs to live a decent life in New Hampshire, and isn't that what we want for all Granite Staters? It is true that our current labor shortage has given workers the leverage to demand higher wages, but there's still one group of workers who can make $7.25 an hour, tipped workers. If a waitress in New Hampshire comes in on a quiet day and doesn't make much in tips, the employer is required to make up their wages to the minimum wage of a mere $7.25. That same waitress would make $15 for her time in Massachusetts and $14.15 in Maine. And aren't our workers worth as much as workers in Massachusetts and Maine? New Hampshire has not raised its minimum wage in 15 years. Every state around us has by a lot, and their economies have not collapsed. If we want to grow our state's economy, we need to attract and retain working people. Reestablishing and raising the minimum wage sends the message that we value our workers and that New Hampshire is a place where they can make a living and enjoy a good quality of life. Mr. Speaker, when I vote for this bill, I will be thinking of the people who will benefit most. The waitress who fills your coffee cup on a quiet Tuesday morning. The people who keep the convenience stores and gas stations open so you can get a gallon of milk when you need it or fill your tank when you come rolling in on fumes. And the home health aide who comes every morning to help your elderly neighbor get out of bed, make sure she takes her medication, and has at least one good meal that day. If you believe, as I do, that the 124,000 workers in New Hampshire who make less than $17 an hour are important contributors to our state's economy and enhance the quality of life for all of us, then I urge you to press the green button and raise the wage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Infantine has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Also be in order. The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 1322. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes the Representative Infantine for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that New Hampshire employers know what they need to do to attract employees, and a vast majority are paying more per hour than what is proposed in this legislation, and Mr. Speaker, if I also know that this bill is tied to automatic increases with the New England Consumer Price Index, and I don't feel that the legislature should have automatic increases, we should sit and vote on any increases, would I vote no on this bill? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Schultz for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that a strong capitalism and a strong New Hampshire means we don't pay workers so poorly that they have to go on public assistance, and if I know that too many workers can't afford rent, food, and the simple basics, and instead of livable wages for 124,000 low-wage workers, probably in every district in the state, and if I know that with no minimum wage of our own, we default to the federal $7.25 an hour, the wealthiest state to do so, and half of what all of New England does besides us. And, Mr. Speaker, if I know that hard-working Granite Staters are counting on us to make that horrible phrase, working poor, a relic of the past by pushing the green button. Thank you.
The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 1322. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Richards.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. 187 voting yea, 192 voting nay. The motion fails. For what reason does the member rise?
I move indefinitely postpone.
It is a proper motion, so the motion before us now is to indefinitely postpone House Bill 1322. Are you ready for the question? A division has been
Come down.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move to table this legislation. Thank you.
Yeah, it is a higher priority, so the motion now will be to table House Bill 1322. I'm assuming the division is holding for this one too. So, this will be a division vote. Members will remain in your seats. We're all set? The motion before us is to table House Bill 1322. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. 189 voting yea, 191 voting nay. The motion to table fails. We're back to the motion of indefinite postponement on House Bill 1322. This is a division vote, and everybody is still in their seats. Very good. So the motion before us is indefinitely postpone House Bill 1322. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Harriet Gathring. Representative Herbert.
While all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. 193 voting yea, 187 voting nay. The indefinite postponement of HB 1322 passes.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
For what reason? House will be in order. For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I would move that the remarks on House Bill 1322 be printed in the permanent journal.
Without objection. Committee on Labor, Industrial and Rehabilitative Services, to which was referred House Bill 1377 FN, relative to granting workers free choice to join or refrain from joining labor unions. This comes without recommendation. Is that great?
Mr. Speaker,
For what reason does the member rise?
to make a motion,
State your motion.
I move to indefinitely postpone House Bill 1377.
The motion is in order. Representative Sweeney requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The House will be in order. Wait. Chair recognizes Representative Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation is called Right to Work, but it would be more accurate to call it the right to work and not have money from your paycheck stolen by people who have crippled your ability to independently negotiate, who then act like they've done you a favor by doing so. That's a bit long-winded, but you get the point. I am an independent worker. I do not work in a union job. I come from a long line of proud independent workers who also do not take union jobs. I'm someone who isn't in a union and also supports right to work. It's a change of pace for this legislation. Labor laws can be confusing, so I'll provide a fairly clear example of why I support right to work. Let's say you work for a company and the workers form a union. You're not in the union, but they form a union. Let's say the union chooses. The union chooses.
The member will be in order. Let's not talk about.
Let's say that the union chooses for exclusive representation. That means that they represent all employees, even non-union employees. The union chooses that. Question for you. How would you go about independently negotiating your own wage and benefit package directly with the company? Answer, you can't. It's illegal. You are not allowed to negotiate your own wages. You are not allowed to negotiate your own benefit package. As an independent worker, you have had your agency stolen from you by a union that will then come to the Labor Committee and then call you a free rider. They will come to my committee and they will come in droves to complain about independent workers like me who are free riders because we get the negotiated wage that they negotiated for them, even if we don't want it. Even if we don't want their benefit package. Even if we value our independence more than their handouts. they will come over and call you a free rider. So, regardless of how this vote goes, know this: evil is self-defeating. Private sector labor unions, who have relied on this antiquated, peculiar institution to stay alive, are slowly disappearing. There was a time in America when almost half of all the workers were in a union. We've now gotten to the point where the unions have driven away the majority of those they represent, and now only 10% of workers are in a union. What more? Most of these workers are in the public sector, which already has right to work, thanks to the Janus decision. On top of that, not every private sector union engages in the practice of forcing non-union members to subsidize the unions. Some actually try to provide a decent service to their members without needlessly resorting to throwing independent workers under the bus. We will bring this bill back every 2 years until it either passes or until this unethical practice stops. If you want to not listen to this debate ever again, please oppose the indefinite postponement. Thank you.
The motion before us is indefinitely postponed. The motion before us is indefinitely postponed, House Bill 1377. This is a roll call vote.
Speak in favor. Speak in for, sorry. You want to speak in support of the indefinite support of the amendment? Thank you. Sorry. Representative Leclerc.
Chair recognizes Representative Leclerc.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I might not have as much experience here in the State House as most of you, but I do have experience in opposing this right-to-work bill, as I've been a carpenter in the Carpenters Union for 28 years now. I reached out to OLS to ask when right-to-work legislation was first introduced to this body. It was told that the first substantive bill was introduced in 1979. When introduced, I was 16, going on 17 years old, but didn't know much about unions, except that my dad was a member of the Teamsters. He was a root salesman for Sunbeam Bread, working out of Cody Brothers Bakery in Manchester. And if you grew up in and around Manchester, you might have gone down South Elm Street, roll your windows down, and smell fresh baked bread. It was awesome. I remember those days. So in 1980, I earned my PhD, that's my public high school diploma, from Manchester Memorial High School. I only mention this because at the time, the Teamsters were having issues with those that were not in favor of unions. I don't remember all the details, but I do know that my dad got called to ride shotgun, literally, in case an overnight delivery got interrupted. Because of this, he missed my high school graduation. Now, you might be thinking, why would a father miss their oldest son's graduation? And you know what? I kind of thought that too. But then we talked about it when he got home, and I understood that he did what he had to do. He obviously didn't want to miss my high school graduation, but he also didn't want to lose what was fought by so many before him, those who had made huge sacrifices for the greater good. He was proud of the fact that being a Teamster allowed him to provide for his wife and 4 sons, and was not about to let anyone take that away from him. When I graduated from trade school a few years later, he was able to make that. He remained a Teamster even when he changed careers and started working for the Manchester Police Department. We lost him in 2011 after fighting long and hard against 2 different cancers and then finally succumbing to leukemia. At the ripe old age of 66, by the way, just 1 month before he was going to retire. Thanks to the MPD and the Teamsters, his benefits paid for all the medications and treatments he had to deal with along the way. They stayed by his side until the end, and because his wife was able to receive his pension, she was able to stay in their home until we lost her just a little over a year ago. In 1995, my wife Francine and I had our second son. I'd been working in construction for open shop companies since the mid-'80s, before, during, and after going to trade school. I was tired of begging for lame raises and getting terrible benefits that I had to pay for. My wife and I, with a wife and 2 young sons, I knew that I needed to make a change. My brother-in-law had just joined the Carpenters Union and suggested I do the same, so I did. My only regret was that I waited until I was 33 years old and didn't do it at 23 years old. Fast forward to today. I'm 61 years old, this close to retiring. I have a full pension and annuity waiting for Francine and me to carry us through our retirement years. I've been paying dues voluntarily for all those years because I know the rate of return we'll receive cannot be matched by any financial institution. There's no way we could have saved up what we're going to get in our retirement years. This legislation jeopardizes all of that. Even with its misleading title, we can all agree that everyone has the right to work, but I really hope that everyone in this room knows that this bill has nothing to do with that. Make no mistake, the only intent of HB 1377 is to destroy unions and what many, many long before us have fought and died for: safe wages, safe working conditions, and a chance to retire with dignity, just to name a few. Even though the federal government already protects workers' freedom not to join a union, HB 1377 wants to give some workers a free ride by allowing anti-union workers to opt out of paying any fees, but still be able to receive all the benefits, and by law, union representation would still be provided. Even a business as large as Planet Fitness would not survive if nobody paid fees to be a member. During the 2 days of hearings at the Labor Committee, the best committee in the House, Mr. Speaker, we heard testimony from the Executive Director for Northeast Citizens for Right to Work, who are really from Virginia. His written testimony stated, "The facts show businesses are naturally inclined to locate new jobs in and, when feasible, transfer existing jobs to states where right to work is protected." When we asked for proof, none was provided. We do know that Republican Governor Jim Justice pushed to pass a right-to-work law promising it would bring new jobs. But in February of 2021, about half an hour or so into a town meeting, he admitted, really and truly, let's be brutally honest, we passed the right-to-work law in West Virginia, and we ran to the windows looking to see all the people that were going to come, and they didn't come. Last Thursday, during the State of the State address, Governor Sununu said that many businesses have come to New Hampshire, and we're not a right-to-work state. And as of February 13, 2024, just last week, after 50-plus years of being a right-to-work state, Michigan is no longer a right-to-work state. We also heard from the President and CEO...
The House will be in order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We also heard from the President and CEO of Associated Builders and Contractors, that's the ABC, who represents many dues-paying construction firms. He testified that in New Hampshire, union bosses use violence, coercion, and intimidation to force people to join unions. As a former union boss, I resent those remarks. And again, when asked for proof, none was brought forth. I'd like to point out that our union bosses here in New Hampshire have helped many open shop carpenters get compensation owed to them. Working with the state DOL, we got them the money they earn, sometimes thousands, because we believe in protecting all workers' rights, and when you work, you get paid, union or not. The ABC also testified that union construction workers can only make what their contract states and need to beg the union boss for more money. Again, hurtful, but not true. The rate of pay in our contract is a minimum amount. If a carpenter would like to earn more, he or she can work with their employer to do so. No union boss involved. By the way, union carpenter's minimum wage is way higher than the open shop carpenter's minimum wage of $7.25 an hour. Colleagues, let's be clear. The reality is that right to work isn't just wrong for New Hampshire workers, it's also wrong for New Hampshire businesses. At the hearings and through correspondence, we heard from firms that employ thousands of New Hampshire workers. They were clear in telling us that right to work is bad for business because it will intrude in their business's ability to freely negotiate contracts that they determine are in their best interests to their companies. They expressed dismay that here in New Hampshire, the live free or die state, that this legislative body would pass a law that mandates government interference in the free market. They also pointed out that passing right to work will harm our communities because studies show states that have passed right to work have lower wages, higher rates of job site injuries and death, lower rates of health care coverage, and higher rates of poverty. Pushing more people toward public assistance is not something they, and I hope we can all agree, is not good for our state. Mr. Speaker, I could continue pointing out the untruths told by the folks in favor of right to work, but I would like to just point out two more things before Closing. First, while executing HB 13.7, it was said in the best committee in the House that unions are irrelevant and probably won't be around in 50 years. If that was true, why the hell are so many anti-union organizations, like the aforementioned, working so diligently and spending so much money to get rid of them? I'll wager my entire gross salary for this session that the members of this House receive more correspondence in opposition to this bill from true voting New Hampshire constituents than those in support. I'm confident in this wager because after more than 5 hours of testimony over 2 days, more than 1,400 members of the public either spoke or registered their opposition to 1377, while less than 50 spoke in positive. Secondly, this body gets together to debate and vote on whether or not a bill introduced from committee should become law. Typically, bad bills go no further, no matter how many times or in what form they're introduced. In my opinion, and the opinion of legislators over the past 40-plus years, no matter which side had the majority, this is once again a bad bill that should not go any further. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully ask that we all push the green button to indefinitely postpone, like so many before us, at the request of our voting New Hampshire constituents. Let's all prove again that right to work and HB 1377 are wrong for New Hampshire, wrong for New Hampshire businesses, and wrong for all the taxpayers of this great state of New Hampshire. Mr. Speaker, I also respectfully ask for a division vote.
It's already a roll call. The motion. Members, take your seats. This is going to be a roll call vote. The motion before us is indefinitely postpone House Bill 1377. It's a roll call vote. Chair. The motion before us is indefinitely postponement for House Bill 1377. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Brian Sullivan for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Excuse me. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this body has been killing right to work for over 40 years, and if I know that over 1,400 people signed in opposition to right to work, and only 50 signed in favor of it, and if I know that right to work is wrong for New Hampshire, then would I press the green button in favor of indefinite postponement? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Papavucci Mueller for parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that many workers do not want a union job, and this bill protects the right of every worker to choose to join a union and pay for their services or not. If I know that this bill would eliminate restrictions on the freedoms of individuals and businesses alike, allowing them to choose what is best for them without being coerced into different choices. If I know that the so-called free riders are a myth, since the NLRA explicitly allows unions to negotiate members-only contracts, which do not require unions to represent non-members. And lastly, if I know that there is no doubt that forcing someone to pay to exercise a constitutional right is a clear interference with their rights, would I then press the red button so that a better motion could be made?
The motion before us is indefinite postponement on House Bill 1377. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Before I announce the vote, I want to make it clear the House will be in order, and that includes the gallery. No clapping, no screaming, no hollering from anybody. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 212 voting yea, 168 voting nay. Indefinite postponement passes.
I'd like to make a motion. To move that the debate be printed in the permanent record.
For what reason does the member rise? The House will be in order.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to move that the debate on House Bill 1377 be printed in the permanent journal.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker.
Hold on. Hold on. The Committee on Labor, Industrial, and Related Services, to which was referred House Bill 1522 FN, relative to weekly benefit amounts for unemployment compensation. The Chair recognizes Representative Sullivan. Chair recognizes Representative Sullivan for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this...
What's your motion, Representative?
Thank you. I move to table... I move to table 1522.
Did I say table?
Members recognize this to speak to PI.
He's going to do the PI.
He's going to do the PI.
You want a division? Or you just want to recognize Representative Infantine for parliamentary?
Chair recognizes Representative Infantine for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that I agree with my good friend from Grantham, and if I know there's another bill coming over from the Senate, I would ask you to agree with my friend from Grantham and vote the tabling motion.
The motion before us is table House Bill 1522. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and 1522 is laid on the table. For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion.
State your motion.
I would like to move to remove House Bill 232 from the table.
Non-debatable motion. It's a division. Division has been requested.
A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion, House will be in order. The motion before us is to remove from the table House Bill 232. This is going to be a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Sullivan for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that House Bill 232 deals with public sector worker safety, and if I know that public sector worker safety is an important matter that deserves a debate and a vote, and finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that folks that oppose right to work support worker safety, would I now press the green button to remove House Bill 232 from the table? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Infantine for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know there were two amendments to this initial bill, one which had a 1,000-page document that was going to have to be adhered to by the Department of Labor. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the other amendment that I had was going to allow them to do it, the Department of Labor to do it themselves. And Mr. Speaker, if I further know that I spoke with the Department of Labor Commissioner earlier this week, and they heard what the legislature said, and they're making plans themselves to update the safety manual the Department of Labor utilizes for public employees, would I vote no to this motion?
The motion before us is to move House Bill 232 from the table. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay the vote. 182 voting yea, 186 voting nay. The motion fails. Committee on Public Works and Highways, to which was referred House Bill 1468 FNA, an act directing the Department of Transportation to develop a Conway Branch Rail Line Master Plan. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation of the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Mark McConkey for the committee. The amendment is 0530H, printed in House Record 7, page 56. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is on a pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. And Representative Leishman declared a conflict of interest and did not participate. And it is going to finance. Majority of the Committee on Resources and Recreation Development, to which was referred House Bill 1423 FN, an act requiring the Commissioner of the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources to identify all old growth, mature forests on public land in the state of New Hampshire. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Tanya Donnelly for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Rosemary Rung for the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
For a motion.
State your motion.
Indefinitely postpone.
The motion is in order. The motion before us is indefinitely postponed 1423. Chair recognizes Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, colleagues. I rise against the indefinite postponement motion on HB 1423, requiring the Commissioner of the Department of Natural and cultural resources to identify all old growth and mature forests on public land in the state of New Hampshire. In 1996, this legislature enacted RSA 227, declaring that the public welfare of the state is served by the prudent acquisition and management of reservations to provide forest benefits and for the purpose of demonstrating sound forestry principles, protecting habitat for plants, animals, and other organisms, conserving forested watersheds, preserving areas of rare and exemplary natural beauty and ecological value, and providing for perpetual public access and use. This bill aims to add to that tradition of stewardship for the people of our state by adding 2 categories to forest lands that provide so many of our essential ecosystem services. Old growth and mature forests represent our most valued forestry assets, a value that's increasingly recognized and monetized on private lands, but that should also be recognized and valued by us, the rightful owners of the public forest lands. HB 1423 merely would require the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources to carry out an inventory that is being conducted by all of our neighboring states to identify and map old growth and mature forests in the interest of expanding those essential ecosystem services: carbon storage, flood and drought mitigation, water quality, and biodiversity protection. The original bill required this work to be carried out on all public land in the state on the assumption that the White Mountain National Forest, currently surveyed by the U.S. Forest Service, would not have to be surveyed by our forestry division, given the likely collaboration and cooperation of the branches of our federal and state agencies. When it became apparent that our state forestry division would be required to carry out the work on the national forest, or at least that's how the legislation was being interpreted, I drafted an amendment that's in your seat pockets that unfortunately was not considered by the committee. This amendment would reduce the scope of the assignment from over 1 million acres of public land to a little over 200,000 acres of state-managed park lands. This reduction in scope will reduce the need for additional staff from 7 to 2. We heard from the department in the public hearing. Old-growth forests are receiving scrutiny as we seek to fight the threat of climate change. It's a given now that in terms of fighting climate change, not only are we going to have to give up our addiction to fossil fuels, but we're also going to have to draw down a significant portion of the carbon currently in the atmosphere due to human activities. This need to take carbon back out of the atmosphere is leading to a rethink of the best and most valued use of our forest lands. New Hampshire is uniquely blessed, as we know, with abundant forest cover, and that's why we have the opportunity to play a crucial role in avoiding the worst outcomes of a changing climate. One of our greatest natural tools for fighting climate crisis has been right in front of us all along, our forests. And the best trees in the forest for carbon storage, biodiversity, and enhanced water quality are the big old trees. Every year, forests in the United States absorb 13% of our carbon emissions, and if we let them continue to grow, they could do so much more. That's what this bill is intended to do on behalf of the people, the owners of the resource, to identify old growth and mature forests on public lands that have the potential to be most useful, and to map them so that we know what we have and how best to manage what is ours and ours alone. So please vote red on this indefinite postponement so that we can consider the amendment and the underlying bill and move to protect and identify old growth and mature forests on our state parklands. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we broadly opposed this particular amendment and also the things that we're looking for, mainly because we heard from the New Hampshire Forestry and Timber organizations. New Hampshire's largest environmental organizations and the state-owned forestry departments, New Hampshire Division of Forest and Lands, New Hampshire Timber Owners Association, and the Society of the Protection of New Hampshire Forests all oppose this. You want to know why? Because we already do this. So under the authority of the NH Native Plant Protection Act of RSA 217A, our division, Natural Heritage Bureau, identifies faculties that protect the state, rare plants, exemplary natural communities, types of forests, wetlands, grasslands, etc., including what may be described as old growth and mature forests. In addition, inventorying mapping old growth will take a lot of time, staff, and resources, more than what's been depicted on that fiscal note. So please understand that there's no scientific basis for the universal definition of mature or old growth, because some of our forests have slow growth happening in old growth New Hampshire forests. So this bill, we need to look at it and go, would you believe there's bigger and more important forest management challenges, such as exotic bugs, forests lost to development, invasive diseases, fire, and facing the New Hampshire state forests, than inventory and mapping growth as a separate project? This is already an existing project. Thank you.
The motion before us is an indefinite postponement on House Bill 1423. Representative Granger has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Yes. Yeah. Members, be in your seats. The motion before us is indefinite postponement on House Bill 1423. This is going to be a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Rung for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, if I know that our forests are among New Hampshire's most precious resources, and if I know that collecting data on the maturity and extent of old-growth forests will inform our ability to mitigate floods, droughts, and preserve important habitats, and if I want New Hampshire to join our neighboring states and the U.S. Forest Service in inventorying state forests, would I now press the red button so that the underlying bill and its amendment, which addresses concerns raised in the bill, can be discussed? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Renzullo for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association came out against this bill, plus the director of the New Hampshire Division of Forest and Land stated, and I quote, "Our agency already has a process in place to identify such rare natural communities on state land and thereby meeting the state's obligation expressed in this bill, unquote. And if I know the price tag of this bill, as submitted, was $2,240,000 over a 3-year period. And finally, if I know that this bill was ITL'd on a 15-5 majority vote and failed a committee reconsideration on a majority, repeat, now majority, not a tie vote, but a majority vote on the reconsideration, then would I punch that green button and maybe we can get out of here a little bit earlier? Thank you.
The motion before us is the indefinite postponement of House Bill 1423. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Horgan.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay the vote. 228 voting yea, 141 voting nay. House Bill 1423 is indefinitely postponed. Majority of the Committee on Resources, Recreation, and Development, to which was referred House Bill 1709 FN, an act establishing a tax on land used for carbon credits. Considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. A recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Emon Kelly for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report the recommendation the bill be referred to interim study. Senator Tim Magoo for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0686H, printed in House Record 7, page 9293. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted, and it's on its way to Ways and Means. Majority of the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 1465 FN. The House will be in order. We're getting close to being done. An act relative to studies of nuclear energy technologies. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment, and the recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Doug Thomas for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Representative Wendy Thomas for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0650H, printed in House Record 7, pages 53 through 55. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass as amended. The chair recognizes Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I come before you today to oppose House Bill 1645, relative to studies of nuclear energy technologies, which is, in my most humble opinion, a hot mess. What does it do? First of all, it renames an existing department in the Department of Energy to change it from the Office of Offshore Wind Industry Development to the Office of Energy Innovation, to better reflect new energies, as well as to pave the way for nuclear power in New Hampshire. This bill then goes on to establish a position of coordinators of nuclear development and regulatory activities and assigns duties. But just what those duties are is anyone's guess. Nuclear is You're not going to do it? Okay. Nuclear is regulated by the Federal Nuclear Regulatory Commission, the NRC, which oversees the siting and installation of any new nuclear energy facilities. It is as clear as mud how the New Hampshire Department of Energy would interact with the NRC and who would own what roles in any kind of process. New Hampshire already has a nuclear facility, and supposedly it is already being overseen by the staff at the Department of Energy. So why the need for an entire office to oversee a process that wouldn't be needed for several years? Let's talk about funding. This bill, if passed, wouldn't be effective until 2025, which is why there is the claim that there is no funding for this bill. However, this little backdoor bill would require eventual funding and personnel hiring in order to staff the new office with people who have nuclear experience. Someone will need to fund those positions starting in 2025. The New Hampshire Department of Energy gave testimony that they would need additional staff to cover the new roles outlined in this bill. Workers come with a cost, and nuclear experts do not come cheap. And let us not forget that we have been warned by the House Finance Committee that any bills with fiscal notes will not continue this calendar year and that we should expect to be, quote, disappointed at the outcome of any such bill. During committee discussion, we heard that this bill would essentially be putting a sign out for all businesses to see that says, New Hampshire welcomes nuclear. Come on down. But with the permits and planning that needs to be done for any nuclear facility, New Hampshire is a good 10 years, that's 10 years, away from any nuclear power plant. A decade. Are we really going to create an office of nuclear oversight that will be paid to sit for 10 years before anything happens? Yet another problem with this bill is that it calls for participation of the Public Utilities Commission on any nuclear energy projects, which is just not in their purview. They don't do that. The PUC's mission is to ensure that customers of regulated utilities receive safe, adequate, and reliable service at just and reasonable costs. Lastly, we already have an energy facility siting process in New Hampshire, and it is unclear what, if anything else, is needed for any new nuclear business. House Bill 1645 is a bill that requires significant study, revision, and work before ever being passed by the full House. I urge you to oppose the current motion of OTP and instead, please kill this bill so that we can go home. Thank you.
Does the member yield to questions?
No.
Member does not yield. Chair recognizes Representative Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to clear up some misconceptions from the previous. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to clear up some misconceptions of the previous speaker. The claim that this bill requires further study. This bill is a product of a study commission that this body created 2 years ago and that ran the entirety of last year, 2023. And on that commission, we had the chair of the PUC, the general counsel of the Department of Energy, a representative from the Bureau of Economic Development, energy experts. We brought in federal experts, industry experts, manufacturers of advanced nuclear. You can read our 50-page report if you go to nuclearnh.energy, and this bill is in one of the recommendations on that report. So I'll get into what this bill does. In our research, we looked at RSA 162B, which is our atomic energy statutes. This bill updates those statutes, and it does three things. It updates some of the obsolete terms that are in that statute. For instance, the NRC is not in the statute. With this bill, the old term will be updated to NRC. It ties our statutes to the federal definition of advanced nuclear. This is one of the recommendations we heard on the commission. So the definition of advanced nuclear will be in our statutes. And the third thing it does, there's an obsolete position that's been in our statutes for decades. It's been ignored for at least a decade, that there's a coordinator of atomic energy studies. So every 2 years, this coordinator was supposed to work with various state agencies, deliver a report on the atomic energy industry to the governor and the general counsel. That's current statute, and it's been ignored. So what this bill does is it proposes to resurrect that position, put it under the since created Department of Energy to make it one of their responsibilities. And so it's a refresh of current statute, and the idea is that our state government would pay attention to the progress of advanced nuclear, which could be coming to commercialization in the next 5 to 10 years. So it continues the study process. The Department of Energy was involved with an amendment on this bill. Of course, they take no position, but they are aware of the amendment and had been working on it. In the wisdom of the committee amendment that we just passed would expand the role of the Office of Offshore Wind Development to expand it to include all energy innovation. So not just wind, but also advanced nuclear, solar, battery storage, hydrogen. There's many things that could help our economy, improve our electric rates. We heard earlier today that we have the highest electric rates in the country. So I think this is planting a seed, this bill, and I urge you to pass it. Let me just give you a couple of stats. There are over 40 companies working in the advanced nuclear sector, including a company called TerraPower that's owned by Bill Gates out of Wyoming, but many other companies. Our state could position itself to be in the supply chain for advanced nuclear, the workforce for advanced nuclear, and the development of companies themselves. In Newington, New Hampshire, if you represent Newington, we have Westinghouse manufacturing plant. They manufacture components of nuclear power plants. And right here in Manchester, we have a startup for an advanced nuclear company called StarCube that you may not be aware of it, but now you might look into it. So I urge you to pass this bill. It puts the focus of our state government on advanced nuclear, but also all energy innovations. So please support House Bill 1465. Thank you.
Does the member yield to questions?
I do.
The member yields. Representative Hu, you may inquire.
Thank you. Are you aware that although this winter has been relatively mild, the CEO of Eversource last year wrote to the president and said, and I quote, "New England will not have sufficient natural gas to meet power supply needs for the region in the event of a severe spell cold this winter." That as we continue to put greater and greater demands on our electric grid, we need to start looking for solutions, and the bill before us is one of those possible solutions.
I do believe that. And I'd also like to mention that the bill doesn't spend money in its current form. So I forgot to add that in my speech. Thank you.
The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1465. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The motion passes. Committee report is adopted, and it's on its way to finance. I'd ask that members continue to come in and take your seats. We have a division coming up in a couple of minutes. There's no debate, so once I get done reading this, we will be having a division vote. Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 1697 FN, an act suspending New Hampshire's participation in emissions reduction credit programs for a period of 2 years. Considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Douglas Thomas for the committee. The amendment is 0482H, printed in House Record 7, page 92. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. And the motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. This is going to be a division vote, so members take your seats. The motion before us ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 1697. Chair recognizes Representative Noel for a parliamentary inquiry. House will be in order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the long-term accumulation of carbon in the trees of our forests, referred to as carbon sequestration, has become a new source of revenue for landowners and investors. And if I also know that New Hampshire has no registry in which to record the acres of forest land which are managed for carbon credits or carbon offsets to be sold into the existing carbon markets. And if I further know that timber tax revenue is reduced for the abutting towns because the amount of timber harvested off of land that is managed for carbon sequestration is greatly reduced, then would I now press the green button so that a study of the issues related to lost timber tax revenues can be authorized and performed? Thank you.
The motion before us is ought to pass as with amendment on H. Bill 1697. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Ames. Representative Ames, I need a thumbs up or thumbs down. Representative Herbert. Representative Herbert. I need a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Thank you. Not folders. Representative Fitty.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. 356 voting yea, 10 voting nay. Committee report is adopted.
All right. No debate. Barry is declaring conflict of
The Committee on the Special Committee on Child Care, to which was referred House Bill 1611FN, an act relative to establishing a child care workforce fund. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. Recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Rebecca McWilliams for the committee. The amendment is 0562H, printed in House Record 7, page 66. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? A division has... Who requested a division? Representative Splain has requested a division. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is House will be in order. The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1611. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay the vote. 195 voting yea, 169 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. And it's going to Ways and Means. Representative Berry declared a conflict and did not participate.
All right. Remove from consent. Opposed is going to move to table.
We're on now the last bill that was moved from consent calendar. Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 1644FN, an act requiring the Department of Energy to initiate an investigation, the benefits and key considerations regarding support for clean or non-carbon emitting power generation. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation of the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Michael votes for the committee. Chair, recognize Representative Vos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to table House Bill 1644.
The motion is to table House Bill 1644. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1644 is laid on the table. Before I do this, before I recognize the member, I just want to thank all the members today. We anticipated on being a lot later than we are. I think you all did yeoman work to get us out of here on time. The chair recognizes Representative Osborne for the third reading motion.
Thank you. Resolved that the House now adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that the reading of bills be by title only and resolutions by caption only, and that all bills ordered to third reading be read a third time by this resolution, and that all titles of bills be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time. And when the House adjourns today, it be to meet at the call of the chair.
The question is on the third reading motion. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted.
We have an announcement and one unanimous consent. Please be mindful.
The chair recognizes the clerk for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you are exiting, we do have one unanimous consent. I would ask that you please give attention to the member when they're delivering it. Also, if you are leaving, please empty out your seat pockets, especially as many of you have had snacks. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Wheeler for unanimous consent. The House will be attentive to the member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know it's late, so anyone who has to go home, I completely understand. Today is the last day in February that we will be meeting in House session. February is also Black History Month, and this will mark the end of Black History Month. I grew up white in this state, to put it plainly. I grew up to a single mother in the Monadnock region who didn't have a lot of melanin in her skin. And I didn't meet my first black person until I was about maybe 5 or 6 years old. I didn't understand black history. I didn't know the importance of it. And sometimes when I found myself as a teenager and I'd hear, it's Black History Month, it's Black History Month. Well, why do we need a Black History Month, I'd say to myself. But in being here in the legislature, it was not truly until last year when I met Representative Linda Harriet Gothright that I truly understood the importance of this month, that I understood what being black was, especially here in this legislature. When I can look out and see Representative DiLorenzo and Representative Judy, when I get to meet Representative Harvey Key, these people who blazed a trail to allow a young, idealistic kid from Peterborough with dreadlocks to serve in the legislature. I mean, that is the importance of Black History Month. That's the importance of celebrating the history of a people. Black History Month was originated by a man named Carter J. Woodson. And he originated it as something called Negro History Week. He created that week to highlight the contributions black people have made to all of us, the American story. And he had hoped that so-called Black History Month eventually would no longer be necessary, as the two would become indistinguishable, as black history would become American history, as American history would become black history, as we wouldn't think of it as anything other than American history. And we stand here today honoring him in his vision because New Hampshire is deeply intertwined with black history. Our cities and towns abolished slavery as early as 1805. That was Portsmouth. That's right. That's right. Our inseparable history with abolition, with black history, ranges from as macro as our churches being among the first to call for abolition, sparking a movement of change in this country that would end chattel slavery as we know it and free so many people in this country from slavery, to as micro as Oda, let me get her name right, as Oda, a slave of George Washington's, who escaped here to Portsmouth, and her house still stands there today. If you get a chance, I definitely recommend going to check it out. And she stood here and lived a peaceful life here in New Hampshire as the president sent his goons out to try and find her. Black history, history of a people, history of abolition runs so deep in this state. And I cannot do the history of our state and its connection to civil rights and the abolition movements here on the floor any justice. But what I can do is honor those members, as I began to do here in the beginning of my speech, who came before me, who allowed me to stand here today before you as a representative of Peterborough, New Hampshire. Those members being the Honorable Henry Boyd Richardson of Keene, 1975 to 1977, the first African American to serve in this legislature. That's right. The Honorable Lionel Johnson of Manchester, who served from 1989 to 2003. The Honorable Linda Long of Nashua, who served from 1987 to 1989, being the first female African American legislator. The Honorable Juanita Bell, who served from Nashua from 1989 to 1993. Yep. The Honorable Harvey Key, who served from Nashua from 1999 to 2001. The Honorable Jackie Witherspoon, who served from Exeter, 1997 to 1999. The Honorable Chris Roberts from Keene from 2005 to 2015. The Honorable James Lawrence of Hudson, who served from 2006 to 2008. The Honorable Melanie LeVake, who served from 2006 to 2010 and went on to go serve on that other side of the wall over there, but we don't talk about that, right, Mr. Clerk? The Honorable Carol Estes, who served from Plymouth, 2006 to 2008. The Honorable Claire Clark, who served from Boscawen, 2002 to 2010. The Honorable Caroletta Alcia, who served from 2012 to 2018, and then again from 2020 to 2022. And now the good ones. No, I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. Harvey will give me shit. Harvey will give me crap for that. Folks, Representative Jean Judy of Manchester, 2005 to right now. Representative Damon Ford, freshman from Manchester. My good friend, my caucus leader, Representative Linda Harriet Gothright from Nashua. And then Representative Charlotte DiLorenzo, serving on the Judiciary Committee from Newmarket. Folks, what else can I say? These members have, oh yeah, and me, Jonah Wheeler from Peterborough. That's right. I didn't think I could vote for myself. Folks, so much has happened in this body. So much hate, but also love. So much has been brought together. And the fact that we have come so far, I mean, within some of our lifetimes, you would not have seen what we just saw. The fact that all of us can be so respectful to one another. I mean, there's some moments, we all have our moments, but all of us in general can be respectful to one another. That is a beautiful thing. It's the United States of America. It's the fact that we can have different cultures, standing strong in their culture, honoring their culture, and living together. That's a country that we've never seen before, and it's something that we cannot let go so easily. So thank you very much for allowing me to serve. I'm a proud American. I'm a proud member of this body, and I thank you for allowing me to speak today. Let's go home.
The marks will be printed without objection. Representative Osborne moves that the House stand in recess for the purpose of introduction of bills, enrolled bill amendments, enrolled bill reports, vacate motions, and receiving messages. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The House is in recess to the call of the chair.